Tick, tick, tick. It's a sound we all know, the relentless march of seconds. Now imagine that sound as the backdrop to history itself, as a single moment in time arrives, a moment that shatters the world. Picture the chaos, the roar of collapsing empires, the silent dread in crowded streets, the flash of a decision that would echo for centuries. This is not just a look back at tragic events. This is a journey into the very heart of what disturbs us, into the historical shocks that didn't just cause suffering, but fundamentally broke our reality and forced it to be rebuilt in a new, often darker image. These are the events that changed everything. History is filled with moments of triumph and tragedy, but some events carry a different kind of weight. They are disturbing not merely for the scale of the loss, but for the way they warp the very fabric of human progress, leaving fissures in our collective psyche that never truly heal. They are the turning points where the path of civilization was violently wrenched onto a new course, and the world that emerged on the other side was irrevocably altered. It's a chilling thought that a single day, a single decision, can send ripples through time that we are still feeling today. We live in the world these events created, a world shaped by their terrifying consequences. This is why we must look back, not to dwell in the darkness, but to understand the forces that sculpted our present, to see the cracks in the foundation of our modern world, and to recognize the eerie patterns that history sometimes repeats. It's a journey that requires a certain courage, a willingness to peer into the abyss and confront the unsettling truths about human nature, power, and chance. So we invite you to join us as we pull back the curtain on 30 of these profound and disturbing historical events. We'll explore the decisions made in shadowy rooms, the accidents of fate that spelled doom for millions, and the ideological shifts that plunged entire continents into darkness. These are stories of ambition and terror, of genius and folly, all intertwined to create the complex, often unsettling tapestry of our shared past. This is more than a list. It is an exploration of the moments that broke the world, and in doing so, defined the one we live in now. The journey begins now. Our journey into the moments that shattered the world begins not with a bang, but with a whisper, a sickness carried on the wind and in the fleas on the backs of black rats. In the mid-13th century, a microbial storm that had been gathering in the grasslands of Central Asia found its pathway to the west. It traveled along the bustling Silk Road, hitching a ride in the fur of rodents and the belongings of merchants, moving inexorably toward a Europe utterly unprepared for the horror about to descend. The first definitive arrival point was the bustling Genos trading port of Kaffa on the Black Sea in 1347. From there, it was unstoppable, spreading with terrifying speed through trade routes, carried by ships that became floating coffins, docking in one vibrant city after another and unleashing a nightmare. The disease itself was a grotesque spectacle of suffering. This was the bubonic plague, and its most infamous signature was the bubo, a dark, swollen, and excruciatingly painful lymph node, often in the groin, armpit, or neck, that could grow to the size of an apple. These were not just swellings, they were necrotic masses of tissue, and when they finally burst, they released a foul-smelling discharge. This was frequently accompanied by a high fever, chills, vomiting, and a general sense of delirium. For many, a telltale sign was the appearance of purplish black spots on the skin, caused by internal bleeding, a macabre marking that gave the pandemic its enduring name, the Black Death. From the first appearance of symptoms, death could come with shocking swiftness, often within a matter of days or even hours. People could be perfectly healthy at breakfast and buried by dusk. Imagine the sheer psychological terror of living through such a time. There were no germ theories, no real understanding of how the sickness traveled. All people knew was that it was brutally contagious and almost always fatal. The sound of a neighbor coughing could be a death sentence. The societal fabric, woven from centuries of tradition and hierarchy, unraveled in a matter of months. Fathers abandoned sick sons, mothers left dying daughters. Entire households were boarded up and left to perish inside, sometimes marked with a red cross on the door as a warning. The continuous tolling of church bells for the dead became so constant and depressing that in many towns they were ordered to be silenced. Mass graves became a common, grim necessity. Gravediggers were among the few with steady work, and they often worked through the night by torchlight, carting away piles of bodies to be dumped into communal pits. In this void of understanding, a haunting figure emerged, the plague doctor, clad in a long, waxed coat, a wide-brimmed hat, and most famously, a beaked mask filled with aromatic herbs like mint and cloves, believed to protect them from miasmatic bad air. These men were often unqualified physicians or even just desperate individuals paid by terrified towns. They were a symbol of a society's frantic, albeit misguided, attempt to fight back against an invisible, unstoppable foe. The scale of the mortality is almost incomprehensible. In just under 5 years, the Black Death swept away an estimated 1/3 of Europe's entire population. To put that in a starker perspective, imagine every third person you know, your family, your friends, your neighbors, simply gone. Some communities were hit even harder, with death rates reaching 60 or even 70%. The continent's population, which had been growing steadily, was suddenly decimated. Farms were left fallow with no one to work them. Villages were completely abandoned, their names eventually forgotten by history. The workforce was annihilated, and the economic systems built upon cheap, plentiful labor teetered on the brink of collapse. This was not merely a health crisis, it was a foundational event that cracked the bedrock of medieval society to its core, creating fissures through which a new and very different world would eventually emerge. And so, in the grim silence that followed the pestilence, a new world began to stagger to its feet. The sheer scale of death had not just emptied homes, it had hollowed out the very economic and social structures that had defined medieval life for centuries. The most immediate and revolutionary consequence was a severe labor shortage, with perhaps 1 in 3 people dead, those who remained alive. The peasants and serfs who formed the backbone of the feudal economy suddenly found themselves in a position of unprecedented power. For the first time, their labor was a scarce and valuable commodity. Landowners, desperate to harvest their crops and maintain their estates, were forced to compete for workers. This led to soaring wages and the slow erosion of the ancient system of serfdom. Serfs, once bound to the land they worked, could now demand payment for their labor or simply leave to find better opportunities elsewhere. This seismic shift in power did not go unchallenged. The old aristocracy fought back with legislation like the English Statute of Labourers in 1351, which attempted to freeze wages at pre-plague levels. But you cannot legislate against the forces of supply and demand. The ensuing tension boiled over into open rebellion, most famously in the English Peasants' Revolt of 1381, where thousands of commoners, armed with a new sense of their own worth, marched on London demanding an end to serfdom and poll taxes. Though the revolt was brutally suppressed, the genie was out of the bottle. The feudal order, built on the premise of a cheap, plentiful, and compliant labor force, had received a mortal wound from which it would never recover. Beyond the economic upheaval lay a deeper, more profound spiritual and psychological crisis. The medieval worldview was one of order and divine purpose, where everyone had a God-given place in a great chain of being. The Black Death shattered this certainty. Why had God allowed this to happen? The Church, the bedrock of society, had proven utterly powerless to stop the suffering. Its priests died alongside their parishioners, and its prayers went unanswered. This collapse of faith in religious institutions fueled a widespread cultural obsession with death and the fragility of life. This new mindset found its most haunting expression in art, most notably the danse macabre or dance of death. These were chilling depictions in paintings, woodcuts, and church frescoes of a skeleton, the figure of death leading people from all walks of life, from emperors and popes to peasants and children, in a dancing procession toward the grave. The message was stark and democratic: death comes for everyone, and earthly status is meaningless in the end. It was a morbid fascination, but also a profoundly human one, a way of processing collective trauma by staring directly into the void it had left behind. And when a society cannot comprehend a catastrophe, it often seeks someone to blame. In the frantic search for a cause, wild conspiracy theories flourished. One of the most pernicious was the accusation that Jewish communities had poisoned wells to spread the disease. This was a complete fabrication, but it provided a simple, tangible target for the people's fear and rage. Despite papal edicts condemning such violence, pogroms erupted across Europe. In cities like Strasbourg and Mainz, thousands of Jewish people were systematically murdered or burned alive in their homes. This violent scapegoating was a dark testament to the plague's ability to corrode the bonds of community and unleash humanity's most brutal instincts. It serves as a grim historical lesson in how fear and misinformation can be weaponized against the most vulnerable. Ultimately, the world the plague left behind was one of broken certainties, but also of strange new possibilities. The rigid, God-centered universe of the Middle Ages was cracking, and into those fissures poured new ideas. The old authorities, the church and the feudal lords, had been severely weakened. The newfound value of the individual, born from the sheer struggle to survive, began to shift the cultural focus. With a reduced population, there was, paradoxically, more wealth per person, which funded new ventures and patronage of the arts. This created the fertile ground from which the Renaissance would soon burst forth, a rebirth not just of art and learning, but of a humanistic spirit that placed humanity, not just divinity, at the center of inquiry. The Black Death, in its horrific destruction, had effectively cleared the way for the modern world. It was a crucible of unimaginable suffering, but from its ashes emerged the first flickering lights of a new age defined by social mobility, economic dynamism, and a renewed belief in human potential. The world had been broken, and in being broken, was forced to rebuild itself into something entirely new. But the collapse of one world order inevitably sparks the birth of another. As Europe slowly rebuilt from the ashes of the plague, a different kind of storm was gathering in the east, a storm that would culminate in a single, thunderous crash of walls that had stood for 1,000 years. For centuries, the city of Constantinople had been the brilliant, beating heart of the Roman Empire, a Christian bastion straddling Europe and Asia. Its legendary double line of the Theodosian walls were considered the most formidable fortifications on Earth, having repelled countless armies for over a millennium. They were not just stone and mortar, they were a symbol of permanence, the final barrier protecting the classical world. But in the spring of 1453, a new and terrifying force arrived at those gates, led by the ambitious 21-year-old Ottoman Sultan, Mehmed II, a man who would earn the name the Conqueror. He was not just leading an army, he was bringing a revolution in warfare. His secret weapon was a monster of bronze and iron, a cannon so massive it required 60 oxen and 400 men to transport it. Built by a Hungarian engineer named Orban, this colossal gun, along with dozens of others, was about to render ancient defenses obsolete. For 54 days, the walls that had defied generations shook under a constant, deafening bombardment. The roar of the cannons was a sound the world had never heard before, a herald of a new, more destructive age. Inside the city, the atmosphere was one of grim, devout resignation. The last Roman emperor, Constantine XI Palaiologos, commanded a desperate defense with a handful of Greek soldiers and a small contingent of foreign allies, vastly outnumbered by the Ottoman forces. As the relentless cannon fire finally breached a section of the wall near the gate of St. Romanus, the final act of a millennia-old empire began. On May 29, 1453, Mehmed launched his final, massive assault. According to legend, the emperor's last words were, "The city is fallen and I am still alive," before he tore off his imperial regalia, drew his sword, and charged directly into the oncoming Ottoman troops, vanishing into the chaos. His body never recovered. It was a death fit for a tragic hero, the extinguishing of a line of Caesars that stretched back to Augustus. His final charge was more than a personal act of bravery, it was the closing of a historical epoch. With his death, the final living link to the Roman Empire was severed forever. The fall of the city was followed by a brutal 3-day sack, the traditional fate of a city that had resisted capture. But the single most powerful, symbolic moment of the conquest came when the Ottoman soldiers reached the heart of the city, the magnificent Hagia Sophia. For over 900 years, this architectural marvel, with its vast, soaring dome, had been the grandest church in all of Christendom. Now, its worshippers huddled inside, praying for a miracle that would not come. The soldiers broke down the doors, and the church that had echoed with Orthodox chants for centuries fell silent, its mosaics of Christ and the saints soon covered in plaster. Mehmed the Conqueror himself rode his horse to the altar, then immediately ordered the building be converted into a mosque. The great cathedral, a monument to one faith, was now claimed by another. The haunting image of the cross being torn down and replaced by the crescent moon sent a seismic shockwave through the Christian world. It was not just the loss of a city, it was as if the very axis of the world had shifted. The immediate consequences were catastrophic for Europe. Constantinople had been the linchpin of trade, the gateway through which the lucrative spices, silks, and luxury goods of Asia flowed into the continent. With the Ottomans now in control of the Bosporus Strait, that gateway slammed shut. The old land routes of the Silk Road became prohibitively expensive and dangerous, choked by Ottoman tariffs and political control. European merchants, particularly in the rising maritime powers of Portugal and Spain, suddenly found their economic lifeline severed. The world, from their perspective, had become much smaller and more isolated. But necessity is the mother of invention, and this catastrophic blockage became the primary catalyst for one of the most daring and transformative periods in human history, the Age of Exploration. If they could no longer reach the east by land, they would have to find a way by sea. This desperate need to circumvent the Ottoman stranglehold funded voyages into the terrifying unknown. It was this direct pressure that led Prince Henry, the navigator of Portugal, to sponsor expeditions down the coast of Africa. And it was this same drive that would eventually convince the Spanish monarchs to take a chance on an ambitious Italian navigator named Christopher Columbus and his radical proposal to reach the Indies by sailing west into the open Atlantic. The fall of Constantinople did not just end the Byzantine Empire. It effectively forced Europe to launch itself out into the vast, uncharted ocean, accidentally discovering a new world and permanently redrawing the map of the globe. The echo of those crumbling walls was the starting pistol for the era of globalization. That thunderous crash of Constantinople's walls signaled more than just the end of an empire. It heralded an age of rising empires and rigid, fearful ideologies. As new powers like Spain began to coalesce, their rulers sought not just territorial control, but absolute control over the souls of their subjects. In the very same century that Europe was pushing outward into the unknown, it was also turning inward with a terrifying new form of persecution. This was the grim reality of the Spanish Inquisition, an institution that weaponized faith to forge a unified nation, but in doing so, scarred the Spanish psyche and hollowed out its spirit for generations to come. Its official birth came in 1478 when the Catholic monarchs Ferdinand of Aragon and Isabella of Castile secured a papal bull to establish a new Inquisition. Their goal was stark and political: to unify their recently merged kingdoms under a single, unwavering Catholic identity. The primary targets were the conversos, Jews who had converted to Christianity, often under duress, and their descendants. A deep-seated paranoia festered among old Christians that these converts were secretly practicing their former faith in the privacy of their homes, a crime known as Judaizing. The Inquisition was not merely a religious court, it was a state-sanctioned tool of surveillance and terror, designed to root out this perceived internal enemy and enforce a brittle, uniform orthodoxy. Its establishment marked a dark pact between throne and altar, where faith became indistinguishable from patriotism, and deviation was tantamount to treason. The methods employed by the inquisitors were a chilling fusion of bureaucratic efficiency and brutal psychology. The process often began not with an arrest, but with an edict of grace, a public proclamation that gave individuals a period to voluntarily confess their own heresies and denounce their neighbors. This created a society drowning in suspicion, where a careless comment over dinner or a refusal to eat pork could be reported to the authorities by a friend, a servant, or even a family member. Once accused, the suspect was plunged into a terrifying and secretive legal process. They were not told the identity of their accusers, and their defense was severely limited. To extract the confessions deemed necessary for a conviction, the Inquisition had a full arsenal of torture at its disposal, all legally justified as a means to save the sinner's soul. The most common techniques were the strappado, where the victim's hands were tied behind their back and they were hoisted into the air by a rope, dislocating their shoulders, and the toca, or water torture, which simulated drowning. These sessions were meticulously recorded by a notary, creating a grotesque paper trail of agony and forced admissions. The goal was not just to punish the body, but to break the will, to force the accused to not only confess their own crimes, but to provide a list of other heretics, perpetuating the cycle of fear. For those who confessed or were found guilty, the ultimate expression of the Inquisition's power was the auto da fe, the act of faith. These were not quiet, private executions. They were massive public spectacles, often held in the main plaza of a city on a Sunday, attended by thousands, including the king and the highest nobles of the land. Dressed in distinctive penitential garments called sanbenitos, the condemned were paraded through the streets in a grim procession, a public shaming before their final judgment. Those who confessed and repented might be shown mercy, a lifetime in prison or service as a galley slave, but those who refused to recant or who relapsed into heresy were deemed unrepentant. They were relaxed to the secular authorities with a plea for mercy, a hollow formality, as the state's duty was to burn them alive at the stake. The smell of smoke and charred flesh hanging over a cheering crowd was the Inquisition's most powerful propaganda, a visceral demonstration of the cost of dissent. The Inquisition's most devastating and far-reaching impact, however, was its role in the systematic purification of Spanish society. In 1492, the same year Columbus sailed west, Ferdinand and Isabella issued the Alhambra Decree, ordering the expulsion of all Jews from Spain. They were given a brutal choice: convert to Christianity or leave everything behind and leave the country within 4 months. Tens of thousands chose exile, fleeing to destinations across the Mediterranean and Europe, taking with them their languages, their networks, and their skills. This was followed in the early 17th century by the expulsion of the Moriscos, Muslims who had also been forced to convert. The consequence of this ethnic and religious cleansing was a catastrophic brain drain. For centuries, Jewish and Muslim communities had been the backbone of Spain's intellectual, artisanal, and commercial life. They were the doctors, the bankers, the scientists, the master artisans, and the international traders. Their forced removal crippled the Spanish economy, stifled innovation, and severed vital links to the wider world. Spain, at the very moment it was establishing a global empire flooded with New World silver, was systematically dismantling the very human capital it needed to manage that wealth wisely. It became a nation rich in bullion but poor in the diverse, dynamic spirit that fuels long-term prosperity, a paradox from which it would never fully recover. The Inquisition had achieved its goal of a purely Catholic Spain, but in the process it had created a sterile and fearful kingdom, one that prized doctrinal purity over the vibrant intellectual and economic vitality that had once made it great. While the Spanish Inquisition was closing minds and purging populations in the name of purity, a parallel and far more profound exchange was beginning across the Atlantic, one that would reshape the planet's biology, demography, and destiny. It was an exchange born from isolation, a consequence of continents that had been developing in complete separation from one another for over 10,000 years. When Christopher Columbus made landfall in the Caribbean in 1492, he did more than just discover a new route. He pierced that ancient biological barrier, initiating a process we now call the Columbian Exchange. This was not a simple trade of goods. It was a massive, uncontrolled, and often devastating swap of plants, animals, microbes, and people between the old world and the new. It was an event of such colossal scale and unintended consequence that it created the globalized, interconnected, and deeply unequal world we inhabit today. The most immediate and catastrophic element of this exchange was the invisible one, disease. The peoples of the Americas had evolved in complete isolation from the viral and bacterial plagues that had swept through Europe, Asia, and Africa for millennia. They had no immunity to smallpox, measles, typhus, influenza, or even the common cold. When these pathogens arrived on European ships, they exploded through populations with a virulence that is almost unimaginable. Smallpox was the most ruthless killer. This disfiguring virus, characterized by high fevers and a horrific rash of pustules covering the body, had a mortality rate of up to 90% in these virgin soil epidemics. The suffering was absolute. Entire villages were wiped out in weeks with no one left to bury the dead. Societies collapsed because there were not enough healthy people to plant crops, tend to children, or maintain any semblance of order. The scale of the demographic catastrophe is the most disturbing aspect of this entire exchange. While exact numbers are fiercely debated by historians, conservative estimates suggest that within the first century of contact, up to 90% of the indigenous population of the Americas perished from these introduced diseases. That represents a loss of tens of millions of lives, a collapse of human society on a scale never before seen in history. It was an apocalypse, not of fire and sword, but of fever and pustules, leaving a continent emptied and spiritually shattered. On the other side of the Atlantic, however, the exchange was fueling a very different kind of transformation. While the Americas were being biologically emptied, Europe was being biologically enriched. New world crops like the potato, maize, and the tomato were introduced to European farmers, and they revolutionized agriculture and nutrition. The potato, in particular, was a superfood. It could grow in poor soils, yielded more calories per acre than any grain, and was packed with vitamins. Its adoption across Ireland, parts of Germany, and Eastern Europe led to a dramatic population boom, as families could now be fed from smaller plots of land. Maize provided a new, reliable feed for livestock, which in turn increased the supply of meat and dairy. Tomatoes would eventually become the foundation for Mediterranean cuisines we know today. This influx of new, highly productive food sources provided the caloric fuel for Europe's own population explosion, which in turn supplied the manpower for further colonization, industrialization, and global dominance. The wealth of the New World, in the form of silver from mines in Potosi and Zacatecas, flooded into European economies, but it was this quiet, steady transfer of plants that arguably laid the foundation for its lasting power. But the exchange was a two-way street of life, not just death. The Americas received new animals that fundamentally reshaped its landscapes and cultures. The horse, which had actually originated in the Americas before going extinct there thousands of years earlier, was reintroduced by the Spanish. On the vast grasslands of the Great Plains, it was revolutionary. Native tribes like the Comanche and the Lakota rapidly adopted the horse, transforming their way of life from one of settled agriculture or difficult foot travel to one of highly mobile buffalo hunting and warfare. This created the iconic image of the Plains Indian culture, but it also intensified intertribal conflict and competition for resources. Other Old World imports like cattle, pigs, and sheep also spread rapidly. Pigs, in particular, often left to roam freely by explorers and colonists, became an invasive species, devouring native plants and the food sources of local animals. The landscape itself was being remade to suit Old World patterns. Meanwhile, the demands of a new global economy were creating one of the exchange's most brutal and enduring legacies, the transatlantic slave trade. As disease decimated the native labor force in the Americas, European colonists turned to another continent to replace it, Africa. This created a horrific triangular trade. Ships carried manufactured goods from Europe to Africa, where they were traded for enslaved people. These individuals were then packed into the nightmarish holds of slave ships for the brutal Middle Passage across the Atlantic to work on sugar, tobacco, and cotton plantations. The raw goods produced by their forced labor were then shipped back to Europe. This system was not a side effect. It was the direct, brutal consequence of the new economic realities forged by the Columbian Exchange. It forcibly moved millions of Africans to the Americas, a human transfer that has shaped the cultural and demographic makeup of the New World ever since, leaving a legacy of deep social inequality and trauma that persists to this day. The end result of this centuries-long process was a biological and cultural homogenization of the planet. We now live in a world where Italian cuisine is defined by the tomato, the Irish diaspora was triggered by a potato famine, and cattle graze on lands once roamed by bison. The Columbian Exchange was the dawn of globalization, knitting the world together in a web of ecological and economic interdependence. But this interdependence was born from catastrophe for some and opportunity for others. It demonstrates in the most profound terms that history is not just shaped by kings and battles, but by the silent, relentless movement of seeds, germs, and people. It was an event that broke the old, isolated world forever, creating the single, interconnected, and deeply complicated planet we all share. Yet the very forces that were creating a new world across the Atlantic were simultaneously tearing an old one apart in the heart of Europe. The vibrant global exchange of goods and ideas stood in stark contrast to a bitter, inward-looking conflict over faith. The Protestant Reformation had shattered the thousand-year-old religious unity of Western Christendom, and by the late 16th century, France was being torn in two. On one side were the Catholics loyal to the monarchy and the traditional church. On the other were the Huguenots, French Protestants who followed the teachings of John Calvin. Their conflict was more than a theological dispute. It was a brutal civil war for the soul of the nation, a struggle marked by sieges, assassinations, and fleeting, broken truces. It was against this backdrop of deep-seated hatred and fragile peace that one of the most chilling events of the era unfolded, a massacre that began with the peal of a church bell. The stage was set with a seemingly hopeful act, a royal wedding. In an attempt to broker a lasting peace, the Catholic King Charles IX of France arranged for his sister, Margaret of Valois, to marry the prominent Huguenot leader, Henry of Navarre. The wedding in Paris on August 18, 1572, was intended to be a grand symbol of reconciliation, drawing thousands of Huguenot nobles and gentry into the predominantly Catholic capital. For a few days, the city buzzed with an uneasy tension, a forced civility masking the deep animosities that simmered just below the surface. The Huguenots, including their esteemed Admiral Gaspard de Coligny, who had become a close advisor to the king, felt a cautious optimism. They believed that this union could finally bring the wars to an end. They could not have been more tragically mistaken. In the early morning hours of August 24th, the feast day of St. Bartholomew, that fragile hope was annihilated in an explosion of orchestrated violence. The signal to begin was as simple as it was sacrilegious: the ringing of the bells of the Church of Saint-Germain-l'Auxerrois near the Louvre Palace. To the unsuspecting Huguenots, it was just the sound of a call to Mass, but to the Catholic factions of the court, led by the powerful Duke of Guise and very likely orchestrated by the king's mother, Catherine de Medici, it was a murderous alarm clock. What followed was not a battle but a slaughter. Mobs of Catholic militia and citizens, many wearing white crosses on their hats to identify themselves, surged into the streets armed with swords, pikes, and clubs. They had lists of names and knew exactly where their targets were staying. The first to die was Admiral Coligny himself. A few days prior, he had survived a botched assassination attempt by a musket shot from a window. Now, as the bells rang, a group of soldiers loyal to the Duke of Guise forced their way into his lodging. They stabbed the wounded admiral repeatedly, then threw his mutilated body out of the window into the street below, where the mob further desecrated the corpse, severing his head and hands. This act was the catalyst for a city-wide frenzy. Huguenot guests, many still in their wedding finery, were dragged from their beds and murdered in their homes. The narrow, winding streets of Paris became a charnel house. Men, women, and children were hunted down and butchered on their own doorsteps. The Seine River, it was said, ran red with blood, so clogged with bodies that for a time it was feared the water would be undrinkable. The violence was not confined to a single day of chaos. It continued for nearly a week as the killing spiraled into an uncontrollable orgy of looting and settling of old scores, with Catholic turning on Catholic if a personal enemy could be conveniently labeled a Huguenot sympathizer. The horror did not stop at the gates of Paris. A wave of copycat massacres, spurred by royal orders or local fervor, swept across France. From the city of Lyon to Bordeaux, Rouen to Orleans, the same pattern of mob violence repeated itself. By the time the killing finally subsided weeks later, the death toll was staggering. Modern estimates suggest that as many as 10,000 people were murdered in Paris alone, and up to 30,000 throughout France. The demographic and intellectual impact on the Huguenot community was devastating. In a matter of weeks, a significant portion of its leadership and membership had been physically exterminated. The psychological and political impact of the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre, however, was even more profound and far-reaching than the body count. For Protestant Europe, the event was not merely a tragedy, it was a seismic betrayal that shattered the very possibility of trust. The fact that the violence had begun in the royal court under the guise of a peacemaking wedding made it an act of profound treachery. Pamphlets and woodcuts depicting the atrocities circulated widely, fueling a new, virulent form of anti-Catholic and anti-monarchical propaganda. The idea that a Catholic ruler could not be trusted to keep his word, that coexistence was a fatal illusion, became an entrenched article of faith in the Protestant mind. It entrenched the view that this was not a political conflict that could be negotiated, but an existential, spiritual war between good and evil. Within France, the massacre did not end the wars of religion. It merely poisoned them, ensuring they would continue with renewed bitterness for decades. It destroyed the moderate Catholic faction that had sought compromise and empowered the most radical elements on both sides. For the Huguenots who survived, their strategy shifted from seeking integration within the kingdom to securing fortified, independent cities from which they could defend themselves, a state within a state. The event also gave birth to a powerful new political theory, the doctrine of tyrannicide. If a monarch like Charles IX could order the murder of his own subjects, then writers like the Huguenot philosopher Philippe Duplessis Mornay argued that such a ruler was a tyrant who could legitimately be resisted and even assassinated. This radical idea that the people had a right to overthrow a wicked king would echo through the centuries, eventually influencing Enlightenment thinkers and the architects of modern revolution. Ultimately, the bells of Saint-Germain-l'Auxerrois did not signal a victory for Catholic unity. They tolled the death knell for the Renaissance ideal of religious coexistence. The massacre demonstrated with brutal clarity that the state's power to enforce religious conformity could lead to genocide. It hardened the sectarian divisions that would define European politics for the next century, fueling conflicts like the 30 Years' War, a continent-wide conflagration that would dwarf even the French civil wars in its destructiveness. The St. Bartholomew's Day massacre stands as a terrifying lesson in how quickly the veneer of civilization can crack, how political fear can be weaponized into mob violence, and how an act intended to secure peace through the elimination of an other can instead unleash a darkness that takes generations to overcome. If the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre was a single, shocking explosion of sectarian violence, then the conflict that erupted in Central Europe less than 50 years later was its terrifying, full-blown inferno. The 30 Years' War stands as a terrifying monument to what happens when religious fanaticism, dynastic ambition, and great power politics collide without restraint. It began in the tangled political landscape of the Holy Roman Empire, a patchwork of hundreds of German states, prince-bishoprics, and free cities that was deeply divided between Catholics and Protestants. The Peace of Augsburg in 1555 had established a fragile principle, cuius regio, ius religio, meaning whose realm his religion. It allowed each local ruler to decide the faith of his own territory. For decades, this cold peace held, but by the early 17th century, it was cracking under pressure. The Catholic Habsburg emperors in Vienna were pushing a vigorous counter-reformation, reclaiming lands for the church and making Protestant nobles fear for their hard-won religious freedoms. The tinder was dry, and all it needed was a single, defiant spark. That spark flew from a window high above the streets of Prague. In May 1618, Protestant nobles in the Kingdom of Bohemia, furious over the emperor's violations of their religious rights, marched into Prague Castle to confront two of the emperor's top governors. The argument grew heated, and in a stunning act of political theater, the nobles seized the two officials and their secretary and threw them out of a third-story window. This event, known as the Defenestration of Prague, should have been fatal. Yet miraculously, all three men survived the 70-foot fall. Catholic sources immediately claimed they had been saved by angels or the intervention of the Virgin Mary, catching them on a soft dung heap. Protestants, meanwhile, wryly suggested it was a convenient pile of manure that had broken their fall. Regardless of the miracle or the manure, the symbolic message was sent: the Bohemians were in open rebellion. They deposed the Catholic Habsburg emperor and elected a new Protestant king, Frederick V. This act was a direct challenge to imperial authority, and the response was swift and brutal. The Catholic League, led by the formidable armies of the Bavarian Duke Maximilian, crushed the Bohemian rebels at the Battle of White Mountain in 1620. Frederick, who reigned for just a single winter, earned the mocking nickname the Winter King, as he was forced to flee into exile. The rebellion was over, but the war had only just begun. The emperor's decisive victory did not bring peace. Instead, it signaled to all of Europe that the balance of power was up for grabs. What started as a local religious revolt in Bohemia now spiraled into a continent-wide struggle for dominance. The war evolved through distinct, brutal phases, each drawing in new foreign powers with their own agendas, transforming a German civil war into a world war fought on German soil. The second, particularly savage phase was defined by the arrival of a terrifying mercenary commander, Albrecht von Wallenstein. A brilliant, ambitious, and ruthlessly pragmatic Czech nobleman, Wallenstein raised a massive private army for the emperor, funded by allowing his troops to live off the land, a policy known as war feeds war. This meant his soldiers were not paid with coins from a treasury, but with the right to loot, plunder, and extort the very populations they were supposedly fighting for. His forces became a moving disaster, leaving a trail of scorched earth and starvation in their wake. Simultaneously, another figure emerged as the scourge of Protestant Germany, Johann Tsercles, Count of Tilly, who commanded the army of the Catholic League. In 1629, Tilly's troops committed one of the war's most infamous atrocities, the sack of Magdeburg. After a lengthy siege, the imperial forces breached the city's defenses. What followed was not a military victory but an orgy of destruction. For days, soldiers ran amok, murdering, raping, and burning. The city was almost entirely reduced to ashes, with an estimated 20,000 of its 25,000 inhabitants slaughtered. The Magdeburg Quarter became a grim new term in the military lexicon, meaning to grant no mercy, to take no prisoners. The fire was so immense that it was said the glow could be seen from miles away, a funeral pyre for an entire city. The event sent a shockwave of horror across Europe, demonstrating that in this new kind of war there were no civilians, no rules, and no limits. As the Catholic Habsburgs grew more powerful, the conflict could no longer be contained within the empire. The third phase saw the entry of foreign kings who saw a chance to cripple their Habsburg rivals. In 1630, King Gustavus Adolphus of Sweden, a devout Lutheran and a military genius, invaded northern Germany. Dubbed the Lion of the North, he was a formidable opponent, pioneering lighter, more mobile artillery and linear infantry tactics that outmaneuvered the older, bulkier imperial formations. For a time, he swept through Germany, winning decisive victories and revitalizing the Protestant cause. His death in the fog of the Battle of Lutzen in 1632, however, robbed the Protestants of their most inspiring leader. With his passing, the war lost its last clear religious character and devolved completely into a naked political struggle. The final phase was the most cynical of all. Catholic France, under the calculating chief minister Cardinal Richelieu, entered the war on the side of the Protestant Swedes and Germans. Why would the most powerful Catholic kingdom in Europe side against the Holy Roman Emperor? The answer was pure realpolitik. Richelieu feared Habsburg encirclement more than he valued Catholic solidarity. For France, a weakened, fractured Germany was far preferable to a strong, unified empire on its border. The war was now purely about power. The true, lasting horror of the 30 Years' War was not its battles but its aftermath. The conflict created a humanitarian catastrophe of almost unimaginable proportions, primarily inflicted upon the civilian population of the German states. The constant marching and counter-marching of massive armies, many of them mercenaries with no loyalty to the land or its people, turned entire regions into wastelands. The doctrine of war feeds war was a death sentence for millions. Soldiers stripped the countryside bare, seizing grain, livestock, and any valuables they could find. Farms were burned to deny resources to the enemy, destroying the very means of survival for the people who lived there. This systematic plunder, combined with the disruption of planting and harvest cycles year after year, led to widespread, devastating famine. People were reduced to eating grass, tree bark, and family pets. There are even contemporary accounts of starvation driving people to cannibalism, a mark of how thoroughly civilization had broken down. Where famine went, disease followed closely behind. Malnourished, displaced populations, often living in squalid, overcrowded refugee camps outside town walls, were perfect breeding grounds for epidemic illness. Typhus spread by lice, dysentery from contaminated water, and the bubonic plague all swept through the weakened populace, killing countless thousands who had survived the marauding armies. The cumulative death toll is staggering. While estimates vary, modern historians calculate that the population of the German states may have fallen by 20 to 40% over the course of the conflict. In some of the worst affected areas, such as Württemberg or the Palatinate, the loss was even more catastrophic, with up to 2/3 of the people perishing. To grasp the scale, imagine a modern nation losing every third person not just from battle, but from hunger and sickness. Whole villages vanished from the map, their fields grown over with forest, their names forgotten. A generation came of age knowing little but violence, loss, and the daily struggle for a scrap of bread. The social and psychological trauma was so deep that it would leave a permanent scar on the German cultural memory, a collective haunting that resonated for centuries. The war finally ground to a halt, not with a glorious victory, but with a series of complex, exhaustive treaties collectively known as the Peace of Westphalia, signed in 1648. This settlement did more than just end the fighting. It fundamentally reshaped the international order. It effectively dismantled the dream of a unified Christian Europe under the dual authority of Pope and Emperor. The Peace of Westphalia established the bedrock principle of state sovereignty, recognizing the right of individual states to govern their own internal affairs, including religion, without interference from a higher imperial or papal authority. It also attempted, with limited success, to secure more rights for religious minorities within the German states. The war that had begun with men being thrown out of a window in Prague ended with a new political map and a new set of rules for international relations, rules built upon the ashes of a broken generation. The 30 Years' War serves as the ultimate historical lesson in the cost of ideological absolutism, the brutality of mercenary warfare, and the terrifying reality that sometimes the greatest destruction is not wrought upon the soldiers on the battlefield, but upon the innocent millions caught in between. From the ashes of Europe's wars of religion, we journey now to a different kind of cataclysm, one born not from human conflict, but from a simple, mundane accident that spiraled into an inferno. In the early hours of September 2nd, 1666, in the heart of England's bustling capital, the Great Fire of London began not with a declaration of war, but with a forgotten spark in a baker's oven. The King's baker, Thomas Fariner, whose shop stood on Pudding Lane, had presumably extinguished his hearth before retiring for the night. But embers smoldering in the bakery's oven soon ignited nearby fuel, and by 1 o'clock in the morning, the wooden building was ablaze. Fariner and his family were forced to escape through an upstairs window, sounding the alarm, but it was already too late. London was a tinderbox waiting for a flame. The city was uniquely vulnerable. After a long, hot, dry summer, its tightly packed buildings were like kindling. The streets were narrow, the houses were constructed almost entirely of timber and sealed with flammable pitch, and their overhanging upper stories, known as jetties, almost touched those across the way, creating a perfect fire tunnel. To make matters infinitely worse, a strong easterly wind began to blow, whipping the initial blaze into a firestorm. Flaming embers were carried high into the air, landing on rooftops hundreds of yards ahead of the main fire front, creating new outbreaks and outflanking the desperate efforts to create fire breaks. The standard firefighting method of the time was to demolish houses in the fire's path to rob it of fuel, but the Lord Mayor of London, Sir Thomas Bloodworth, infamously hesitated, dismissing the fire as so small a woman could extinguish it. His delay was catastrophic. Within hours, the fire was an unstoppable force, a roaring, crackling beast consuming everything in its path. For 4 terrifying days, the fire raged with an intensity that seemed almost supernatural. The animated maps we see show its terrifyingly rapid progression, a red tide of destruction swallowing street after street, parish after parish. It leaped across the wide gap of the River Thames by setting the water wheels on London Bridge ablaze. The city's greatest landmarks, symbols of its ancient history, were devoured. The medieval Guildhall, the heart of the city's government, was gutted, its stone walls left standing but its magnificent interior reduced to a smoldering shell. The most devastating loss, however, was old St. Paul's Cathedral. The great Gothic cathedral, with its soaring spire that had once dominated the skyline, was surrounded by wooden scaffolding for repairs. The scaffolding acted as a giant bonfire, and the intense heat caused the lead roof to melt and pour down like lava into the streets. The stones of the building itself exploded from the thermal shock, and the great church, which had stood for centuries, was left a skeletal ruin. Amidst the chaos, the human drama was both heartbreaking and heroic. Tens of thousands of Londoners became refugees in their own city, fleeing with whatever possessions they could carry in carts or on their backs. crowding into the open fields to the north or setting up makeshift camps on the slopes of what is now Primrose Hill, watching their city burn from a distance. The diarist Samuel Pepys provides us with an eyewitness account of unparalleled vividness, describing the streets filled with the sound of crying people, the constant crash of falling buildings, and an eerie, fire-lit sky that made the night as bright as day. He famously buried his prized wine and a valuable Parmesan cheese in his garden to save them from the flames. In the face of this overwhelming disaster, King Charles II and his brother, the future James II, took personal charge of the firefighting efforts, directing the creation of firebreaks and handing out coins to encourage the exhausted workers. Their presence in the streets alongside common citizens was a powerful, if desperate, attempt to restore order. As the embers cooled and the smoke began to clear over a wasteland of ash and rubble, the search for a cause began. The sheer scale of the destruction demanded an explanation more sinister than a simple bakery accident. In the absence of scientific understanding, conspiracy theories flourished, feeding on the political tensions of the time. England was at war with both France and the Dutch Republic, and xenophobia provided a ready-made scapegoat. Wild rumors spread that the fire was a deliberate act of terrorism started by French or Dutch agents. Mobs attacked innocent immigrants, and a simple-minded French watchmaker named Robert Hubert, under dubious circumstances, confessed to starting the fire as part of a Catholic plot. Despite a complete lack of evidence and a confession that was clearly coerced and full of inconsistencies, Hubert was hastily tried, convicted, and hanged at Tyburn. The public's thirst for a villain had been satisfied, a disturbing reminder of how easily collective trauma can be channeled into misplaced hatred and persecution. Yet from this profound devastation emerged a phoenix. The fire had destroyed an estimated 13,200 homes, 87 parish churches, and most of the city's civic buildings, but it had also purged the city of the plague that had ravaged it just the year before. The Great Fire effectively ended the Great Plague of London by incinerating the rat-infested, unsanitary slums where the disease thrived. The task of rebuilding was monumental, and it fell to the brilliant architect Sir Christopher Wren. A new, visionary London was constructed from brick and stone, with wider streets, proper quays along the river, and a revolutionary new building code that outlawed the flammable wooden jetties and thatched roofs of the past. Wren's masterpiece was the new St. Paul's Cathedral, its magnificent dome a permanent symbol of London's resilience. Furthermore, the financial ruin experienced by so many property owners led directly to the birth of modern fire insurance. In the fire's aftermath, pioneers like Nicholas Barban established the first fire insurance companies, which not only provided financial protection, but also created their own private fire brigades to protect their clients' properties. The Great Fire of London was a tragedy of epic proportions, a terrifying event that erased the medieval city from the map. But in its place, it forced the creation of a modern, safer, and more beautiful metropolis, proving that even from our most disturbing catastrophes, innovation and rebirth can emerge. While London was physically rebuilding from its ashes across the Atlantic, a different kind of destruction was brewing, one that would not burn buildings, but would incinerate trust and tear apart the very soul of a community. The year was 1692, and the setting was Salem Village, a small, somber Puritan settlement in the Massachusetts Bay Colony. Life here was defined by rigid piety, hardscrabble farming, and a constant, tangible fear of the devil's influence in the New World wilderness. It was in this pressure cooker of religious anxiety and social friction that a bizarre and terrifying drama began to unfold, starting not with an accusation but with a convulsion. It began in the home of the Reverend Samuel Parris. His daughter, 9-year-old Betty, and his niece, 11-year-old Abigail Williams, began suffering from strange, inexplicable fits. They would shriek, contort their bodies into impossible positions, hide under furniture, and complain of being pinched and pricked by invisible forces. Soon, other young women in the village began exhibiting the same terrifying symptoms. The local doctor, William Griggs, could find no physical cause for their afflictions. With medical science exhausted, only one conclusion remained: the girls were under the influence of witchcraft. In the Puritan worldview, this was not superstition, it was a logical diagnosis. The community was under demonic assault, and the hunt for the witches responsible began with frantic urgency. The first to be accused were easy targets, women on the fringes of Salem society. Tituba, the Paris family's enslaved woman from the Caribbean, was an obvious suspect with her unfamiliar customs and captivating stories. Sarah Good was a destitute beggar who muttered curses at those who refused her alms. Sarah Osborne was an elderly woman who had sparked scandal by living with her indentured servant before marriage. Under intense questioning, Tituba made a stunning confession. She admitted to being a witch, but she did much more. She wove a fantastical tale of a tall man from Boston who had given her a book and commanded her to sign it, of riding on sticks through the night with other witches, and of a great conspiracy aiming to destroy the Puritan community. Her confession, likely made under duress and perhaps with a desire for self-preservation, was a catastrophic turning point. It confirmed the community's deepest fears. This was not the work of a single, isolated witch. It was a widespread, organized plot. The hysteria, once ignited, became an uncontrollable wildfire. To handle the growing number of accusations, the governor of Massachusetts established a special court, the Court of Oyer and Terminer, which literally means to hear and to determine. Presided over by magistrates including Deputy Governor William Stoughton, this court was tasked with rooting out the evil. The proceedings, however, were a travesty of justice from the start. The most damning evidence presented was not physical proof, but something far more sinister and unprovable: spectral evidence. This was the notion that a witch could project a phantom version of herself, her specter, to torment her victims even while her physical body was miles away. When the afflicted girls writhed and screamed, pointing at an empty space and claiming to see the specter of Rebecca Nurse or Martha Corey pinching them, the court accepted this as valid testimony. To deny the reality of spectral evidence was to deny the power of the devil, a theological position no pious Puritan magistrate could risk. The accused were trapped in a logical nightmare. If they denied the charges, it was seen as the devil's lie. If they remained silent, it was taken as an admission of guilt. There was no defense against an accusation that existed entirely in the realm of the invisible. The human cost of this legal and societal breakdown was horrifying. Over 200 people were accused, and the local jail in Salem town overflowed with the condemned. The trials culminated in a series of executions. On a rocky hill known as Gallows Hill, 19 people, 14 women and 5 men, were hanged for the crime of witchcraft. One man, the 81-year-old Giles Corey, refused to enter a plea. He knew that if he pleaded guilty or not guilty, his property would be seized by the state, leaving nothing for his heirs. In a final, defiant act of resistance, he stood mute. The English legal response to such a refusal was peine forte et dure, pressing to death. Giles Corey was stripped, laid in a field, and had heavy stones piled upon his body in an effort to force a plea. His only recorded words during his 2-day ordeal were a gasped, "More weight." He died crushed by the literal and metaphorical weight of the system, a martyr to his own stubborn integrity. To understand how a community could turn so violently on itself, we must look beyond the spectral visions and into the very real, earthly tensions tearing Salem village apart. This was not simply a story of religious fanaticism, it was a perfect storm of social strife. Salem village was deeply divided between two factions. On one side were the more traditional, agrarian families who wanted their own independent church and resented the influence and wealth of the larger, more commercial Salem town. On the other side were the progressive, market-oriented families who were connected to the thriving port. Many of the initial accusers came from the family of the embattled Reverend Paris, who was aligned with the poorer, more conservative faction. Many of the early accused, like the well-respected and wealthy Porter family, were from the opposing, more prosperous side. Accusations became a terrifyingly effective weapon in long-simmering disputes over land, money, and local power. A neighbor could eliminate a rival, settle a property line argument, or exact revenge for a past slight simply by pointing a finger and letting the girl's fits do the rest. The psychological dimension is equally disturbing. The afflicted girls, initially perhaps suffering from a form of mass psychogenic illness, a physical manifestation of psychological distress, found themselves with immense, unprecedented power. In a society where young women were expected to be silent, subservient, and invisible, they were suddenly the center of attention. Their every scream commanded the ears of judges and ministers. Their convulsions could send a respected church member to the gallows. For a brief, terrifying season, they held the life and death of the entire community in their hands. This was a potent, intoxicating, and ultimately destructive form of agency, born from the rigid social repression of their daily lives. The fervor finally began to collapse under its own weight. As accusations climbed the social ladder, targeting prominent and pious citizens, even the governor's own wife, the elite began to question the court's methods. Increase Mather, a leading Boston minister and father of the famous Cotton Mather, delivered a powerful sermon titled Cases of Conscience, in which he argued, "It were better that 10 suspected witches should escape than that one innocent person should be condemned." This appeal to reason, coupled with the growing fear that no one was safe, finally broke the spell. The governor dissolved the court of Oyer and Terminer and pardoned those still imprisoned. The storm was over, but the aftermath was one of profound shame and grief. The legacy of the Salem witch trials is not one of heroism, but of a sobering and permanent cautionary tale. It stands as a stark reminder of what can happen when fear overrides reason, when the legal system becomes a tool for mass hysteria, and when a community, in its desperate search for monsters, ends up creating them itself. The real horror of Salem was not the devil in the woods, but the capacity for injustice and cruelty that lurked within the human heart. If the witch trials revealed the darkness that can fester within a small, fearful community, the next event represents the systematization of that darkness on an industrial, transcontinental scale. Emerging from the very economic systems and global connections forged in the wake of the Columbian Exchange, the transatlantic slave trade stands as one of the most prolonged and devastating crimes in human history. It was not a single event, but a centuries-long enterprise that transformed human beings into a commodity, fueling the economic rise of the West on a foundation of immeasurable suffering. This brutal system began in earnest in the 16th century, pioneered by the Portuguese who established trading posts along the West African coast. They were soon followed by the Dutch, the English, the French, and the Spanish, all competing for a share in a commerce so profitable it was known as the blood-stained gold. European ships would arrive laden with manufactured goods, textiles, guns, gunpowder, and alcohol, which were traded with powerful African kingdoms and intermediaries for captured men, women, and children. This trade did not create African slavery, which existed in various forms, but it warped and inflated it beyond all recognition, turning local practices into a voracious, international machine hungry for human cargo. The real horror, however, began once the holds of these ships were filled and they set sail on the dreaded Middle Passage, the second leg of a triangular trade route that connected Europe, Africa, and the Americas. The journey across the Atlantic was a calculated exercise in dehumanization and terror, designed for maximum profit at the cost of any semblance of humanity. Captives who had often already endured brutal marches from the interior to the coast were branded with hot irons to mark them as property before being forced below deck. The diagrams of these slave ships, like the infamous cross-section of the British vessel Brooks, reveal a chilling geometric efficiency. every inch of space was utilized to pack in as many bodies as possible. The enslaved were made to lie down, chained together in rows with less room than a coffin. They could not sit up fully or turn over. The air in these holds was thick, hot, and putrid, a suffocating mixture of sweat, vomit, and human waste, with the groans of the sick and dying providing a constant, harrowing soundtrack. Disease ran rampant. Dysentery, known as the flux, was a constant killer, while smallpox, measles, and ophthalmia, a painful eye infection that could lead to blindness, spread unchecked in the filthy, cramped conditions. The mortality rate was staggering. It is estimated that between 1 and 2 million people died during these voyages, their bodies simply thrown overboard to the sharks that famously followed the slave ships. For the crew, this was a necessary loss, a cost of doing business. For the individuals trapped below, it was a floating hell, a weeks-long or months-long descent into a physical and psychological abyss where the very will to live was often the only thing left to surrender. Upon arrival in the Americas, the nightmare was far from over. Those who had survived the Middle Passage were often emaciated, covered in sores, and broken in spirit. They were then prepared for sale, their bodies oiled to make them look healthier and stronger, their muscles inspected by potential buyers as if they were livestock. The auction block was the ultimate stage of their public dehumanization, where families were often torn apart forever, husbands separated from wives, mothers from their children. The destination for these individuals was a life of unrelenting, brutal labor on the plantations of the Caribbean, Brazil, and North America. They were the engine of a new, global economic system, producing the sugar, tobacco, cotton, and coffee that filled the cups and adorned the tables of European consumers. The wealth generated by this enslaved labor was astronomical. It built grand mansions for plantation owners in the American South, funded the booming industrial cities of Liverpool, Bristol, and Nantes, and provided the capital that helped fuel the very industrial revolution in Europe. The prosperity of the Western world in the 18th and 19th centuries was inextricably linked to the coerced toil of millions of enslaved Africans, a bitter irony where the pinnacle of Enlightenment progress was built upon a foundation of profound barbarism. The sheer, staggering scale of this forced migration is almost beyond comprehension. Over the course of nearly 4 centuries, more than 12 million Africans were forcibly taken from their homes and shipped across the Atlantic. This number, colossal as it is, does not even include the millions more who died during the wars and raids that captured them or on the brutal marches to the coast. This mass displacement fundamentally reshaped the demographic and cultural landscape of the Western Hemisphere. In countries like Brazil, the Caribbean islands, and parts of South America, the descendants of enslaved Africans came to form a significant portion, and in some cases the majority, of the population. They brought with them their rich cultural heritage, which, though brutally suppressed, refused to die. Their resilience gave birth to new languages, religions, musical forms, and culinary traditions that are now intrinsic to the identity of the Americas. From the rhythms of samba and jazz to the spiritual power of candomblé and vodou, from the culinary genius of gumbo and feijoada to the lyrical cadences of Caribbean patois, the cultural legacy of the African diaspora is a powerful testament to the human spirit's ability to create beauty and meaning in the face of unimaginable oppression. Yet, this profound cultural contribution stands in stark contrast to the enduring legacy of racial inequality and trauma. To justify the brutal exploitation of millions, European and American societies constructed a powerful and pernicious ideology of racial hierarchy. They created the concept of blackness as a marker of inherent inferiority, a pseudoscientific and theological justification for perpetual bondage. This ideology did not vanish with abolition. It outlived the slave trade itself, morphing into the systems of Jim Crow segregation, apartheid in South Africa, and the deeply embedded structural racism that continues to shape disparities in wealth, health, education, and justice today. The transatlantic slave trade was not an anomaly. It was a foundational institution that embedded patterns of discrimination and inequality into the very DNA of the modern West. Its echoes are heard in contemporary debates over reparations, systemic racism, and colonial legacy, reminding us that the past is never truly past. The chains of the Middle Passage may have been broken, but the long, dark shadow they cast continues to stretch across our world, a permanent and disturbing reminder of humanity's capacity for organized cruelty and the unfinished work of achieving true justice. But sometimes the forces that reshape our world do not arrive with the blast of a cannon or the decree of a king. They creep in silently over generations with a chill that seeps into the very bones of civilization. Following the man-made horrors of witch trials and the slave trade, we encounter a catastrophe of a different order, one authored by the planet itself. For more than 5 centuries, from around 1300 to 1850, the globe was gripped by a climatic anomaly so profound it altered the course of empires and the daily lives of millions. This was the Little Ice Age, a slow-motion disaster that serves as a stark reminder of humanity's vulnerability to the whims of a changing climate. The causes of this great cold snap are a subject of intense scientific detective work, pointing to a perfect storm of natural phenomena. One leading theory points to a period of unusually low solar activity known as the Maunder Minimum, which occurred between about 1645 and 1715. During this time, the face of the sun was nearly devoid of its usual dark sunspots, suggesting a dimmer output of solar energy reaching the Earth. At the same time, the planet's atmosphere was being clouded by a series of colossal volcanic eruptions. When a volcano like Mount Tambora in Indonesia erupted in 1815, it spewed millions of tons of ash and sulfur dioxide gas high into the stratosphere. This veil of particles acted like a reflective shield, bouncing a portion of the sun's warmth back into space and causing global temperatures to plummet. It was this combination of a quiet sun and a dust-filled sky that likely conspired to plunge the northern hemisphere into a deep, sustained chill, proving that the most powerful historical forces can be utterly beyond human control. The most immediate and devastating impact of this climatic shift was on agriculture, the bedrock of all pre-modern societies. Growing seasons shortened dramatically. Springs arrived late, and early, harsh frosts could wipe out an entire harvest in a single night. Crops like wheat and barley, staples across Europe, failed with terrifying regularity. The vineyards of England, which had thrived during the earlier medieval warm period, simply vanished. The result was widespread chronic famine. Historical records from across the continent are filled with grim accounts of the Great Frost, or the Years of Misery, where people were reduced to eating bark, roots, and even their own farm animals seed grain in a desperate bid to survive. In Ireland, the failure of the oat crop led to a massive famine in the 1740s, a precursor to the more famous potato famine a century later. Malnutrition became a constant specter, weakening populations and making them susceptible to disease, creating a vicious cycle of scarcity and death that repeated itself for generations. One of the most haunting casualties of the advancing cold was the Norse settlement in Greenland. Established during the warmer centuries by Eric the Red, these Viking communities had persisted for hundreds of years, farming and raising livestock in sheltered fjords. But as the Little Ice Age tightened its grip, the sea ice around Greenland thickened and expanded, cutting off the vital supply routes to Iceland and Norway. The summers became too short and cool to grow enough fodder to sustain their cattle through the grueling winters. Archaeological evidence shows that the settlers, clinging to their European identity, continued to eat their livestock down to the bone marrow rather than fully adopt the Inuit diet of seal and whale, which was far better suited to the changing environment. Isolated, starving, and unable to adapt, the Western settlement vanished around the mid-14th century, followed by the Eastern settlement a century later. The last written record from Greenland is a marriage certificate from the early 14th century. After that, there is only silence. The Greenland Norse did not disappear in a single dramatic event, but were slowly, inexorably squeezed out of existence by a climate that could no longer support their way of life. In more populated parts of Europe, the extreme cold also created surreal and unprecedented spectacles. The River Thames in London, a powerful tidal waterway, froze solid on multiple occasions. During the coldest winters, particularly in the 17th century, the ice was so thick and stable that it could support not just people, but entire temporary cities erected on its surface. These were the legendary frost fairs. From the 1600s to the early 1800s, during the deepest freezes, Londoners would flock onto the frozen river to witness a bizarre and carnivalesque world. Printers set up presses to produce souvenir cards on the ice bearing the phrase "printed on the Thames." Vendors sold ale, roast meats, and gingerbread. There were bowling alleys, puppet shows, and even entire oxen roasted on the ice. For a brief, magical, and deeply unsettling time, the city's main commercial artery was transformed into a pedestrian thoroughfare, a festive but chilling reminder of nature's power to upend the normal order of things. The political and social consequences of this prolonged crisis were immense and far-reaching. In China, the Ming dynasty was already struggling with internal corruption and peasant rebellions when the Little Ice Age delivered the final blow. A series of devastating droughts and famines in the early 17th century, exacerbated by the global cooling, led to widespread social collapse. Starving farmers formed massive rebel armies that the crippled state could no longer control. One such rebel leader, Lai Zicheng, captured Beijing in 1644, prompting the last Ming emperor to hang himself on a hill behind the Forbidden City. This internal chaos created an opening for the Manchu invaders from the north, who established the Qing dynasty. The Ming, one of the greatest empires in the world, was ultimately toppled not just by rebellion, but by a climate that could no longer support its vast population. Back in Europe, the unrelenting hardship fostered a climate of fear and superstition that may have directly fueled the witch hunts we explored earlier. When traditional explanations for crop failure, livestock death, and unseasonable frosts failed, people looked for a supernatural cause. The finger of blame often pointed to the figure of the witch, who was believed to have the power to control the weather. Trial records from places like Switzerland and Germany are filled with accusations of women causing hailstorms, spoiling milk, and summoning unseasonable cold to destroy vineyards. The psychological torment of an unpredictable and hostile environment, one that determined whether your family lived or died, created a desperate need to find a human agent responsible for the suffering. The witch, often an elderly, marginalized woman, became the perfect scapegoat for the anger and terror inspired by a planet that seemed to have turned against humanity. The Little Ice Age stands as a powerful, centuries-long lesson in the profound interconnectedness of climate and civilization. It was not a single event with a clear beginning and end, but a creeping reality that forced adaptation, drove migration, and shattered societies that could not bend with the changing times. It demonstrates that the most disturbing historical forces are not always the product of human malice, but can arise from the natural systems that sustain us. In an era now defined by our own human-caused climate change, the story of the Little Ice Age resonates with a new and urgent relevance, reminding us that when the planet's climate shifts, the foundations of our world shift with it. Yet the creeping, atmospheric chill of the Little Ice Age was a slow, grinding pressure on civilization. What happened on the morning of November 1st, 1755, in the capital of the Portuguese Empire, was a cataclysm of an entirely different order, a single, violent spasm of the earth that lasted mere minutes but shattered the European mind. Lisbon, on that All Saints' Day, was one of the wealthiest and most devout cities in the world, a dazzling hub of commerce, gold, and diamonds, its churches packed with worshippers. At 9:40 in the morning, just as thousands of candles were lit for mass, the first tremor hit. It was not a gentle swaying but a violent, vertical lurch, as if a giant were shaking the city by its foundations. The ground ripped open, and the air filled with a deafening roar that sounded to survivors like the rolling of 1,000 thunderclaps underground. The massive earthquake, now estimated to have been between 8.5 and 9.0 in magnitude, lasted for 3.5 to 6 minutes, an eternity of terror. Stone churches, their bells ringing chaotically from the shock, crumbled upon the congregations inside. Palaces and ordinary homes alike collapsed into clouds of dust, trapping and crushing tens of thousands in an instant. The sheer force of the quake was so immense that it caused the river Tagus to recede, exposing lost shipwrecks and a seafloor littered with forgotten cargo, a bizarre and fleeting sight before the water returned with a vengeance. For those who had survived the initial shaking and fled to the newly formed open space of the city's marble docks, believing the waterfront to be safe, a new and even more surreal horror was approaching. About 40 minutes after the earthquake, a towering wall of water generated by the seismic displacement offshore swept in from the Atlantic. This tsunami wave, estimated to be as high as 20 feet, slammed into the downtown area, obliterating the packed harbor and surging inland. It swallowed the Grand Praça do Comércio, lifting ships from the river and smashing them into the ruins of buildings that had somehow withstood the initial quake. The force of the water was unimaginable, scouring the landscape and sweeping away people and debris in a churning, muddy torrent. As if the shaking earth and the drowning wave were not enough, a third calamity was already taking hold. The thousands of candles lit for the holy day, along with overturned kitchen fires, now found limitless fuel in the collapsed, timber-filled wreckage. Fires broke of the city, merging into a firestorm that raged uncontrollably for up to 5 days. The combination was apocalyptic. First, the earth tried to bury the city, then the sea tried to wash it away, and finally, fire descended to purify the remains. When the last embers cooled, between 75 and 85% of Lisbon's structures were destroyed. The death toll was staggering, with estimates ranging from 30,000 to 60,000 people, a significant portion of the city's population wiped out in a single morning. The physical destruction was only the beginning of the disaster's impact. The philosophical and psychological aftershocks rippled across Europe, striking at the very heart of the Enlightenment. This was the Age of Reason, a time when intellectuals increasingly believed the world operated according to rational, understandable laws, and many held an optimistic view that a benevolent God had created the best of all possible worlds, a world in harmony and order. The Lisbon earthquake shattered this comfortable worldview like a hammer through glass. How could a good and all-powerful God allow such indiscriminate slaughter to occur in one of the most Catholic cities on earth, on a holy day in its churches? Theologians scrambled for answers, arguing it was divine punishment for sin, but the randomness of the suffering made this difficult to accept. Why did the pious die alongside the wicked, the innocent child in the crumbling cathedral alongside the convicted criminal in the collapsed prison? For secular philosophers, the event was just as disturbing. It presented a nature that was not a rational, orderly machine, but a violent, chaotic, and utterly indifferent force. The earthquake demonstrated that the universe was not necessarily designed for human comfort or even human existence. It was a stark lesson in the sheer fragility of civilization in the face of planetary forces. No one captured this philosophical crisis more powerfully or famously than the French writer Voltaire. The Lisbon disaster horrified him, and he reacted fiercely against the facile optimism of thinkers like Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz and Alexander Pope. In his searingly satirical novel Candide, published just a few years after the earthquake, he directly attacked the idea that this is the best of all possible worlds. His naive protagonist, Candide, endures a relentless series of catastrophes, and after arriving in Lisbon just in time for the earthquake, he encounters a philosopher, Dr. Pangloss, who absurdly insists that even this horror is part of a necessary and benevolent cosmic plan. Pangloss, bleeding and buried in rubble, continues to rationalize, arguing that the volcanoes beneath Lisbon were created for a reason, and therefore the earthquake was logically necessary. Voltaire's ridicule was devastating. He used dark comedy to expose the sheer moral bankruptcy of justifying such immense, meaningless suffering with abstract philosophical platitudes. His famous poem on the Lisbon disaster was even more direct, posing agonizing, unanswered questions. Will you say this is the effect of eternal laws / directing the acts of a free God? And can you then impute the sinful cry / of this great mass of victims to the sky? Voltaire's work, sparked by Lisbon, became a foundational text of modern doubt, urging humanity to confront a cold, uncertain universe without the crutch of easy optimism, and to focus instead on practical, human-led compassion and improvement. This philosophical tumult had a very concrete and revolutionary consequence: the birth of modern seismology and urban planning. The disaster prompted one of the first ever scientific inquiries into the cause of earthquakes. The Portuguese Prime Minister, the Marquês de Pombal, a pragmatic and ruthless leader, immediately set about the task of rebuilding. He sent a detailed questionnaire to every parish in the country, asking for precise observations. How long did the quake last? How many aftershocks were felt? What direction did the water of the tsunami flow? This systematic collection of data was a landmark event, an attempt to apply reason and empirical study to the chaos of nature. Pombal's rebuilding of Lisbon itself was equally revolutionary. The old, cramped medieval city was not reconstructed. Instead, he commissioned a new downtown, the Baixa, with wide, straight streets and large, open squares designed to prevent the spread of fire and provide refuge from collapsing buildings. The new structures were built with innovative earthquake-resistant features, including a flexible wooden framework known as the gaiola pombalina, the pombaline cage, that was designed to sway with seismic forces rather than shatter. This was one of the world's first examples of systematic urban planning for disaster mitigation, a pragmatic response born from absolute devastation. The Lisbon earthquake, therefore, stands at a crossroads in history. It was the event that brutally challenged the Enlightenment's faith in a rational and benevolent universe, but it also, paradoxically, spurred the Enlightenment's methods of scientific inquiry and social organization to respond to that very challenge. It broke the old philosophical order, forcing a more mature and clear-sighted view of humanity's place in a dangerous world, and in doing so, it helped forge the tools we still use today to understand and survive it. Yet the seismic shockwaves of the Lisbon earthquake, which rattled the very foundations of faith in old regimes and divine order, were but a prelude to a political explosion that would be entirely man-made. From the philosophical doubts of the Enlightenment emerged a fervent, tangible hope that humanity could, through reason and sheer will, tear down the ancient, oppressive structures of monarchy and aristocracy and build a new society from the ground up. This was the glorious promise of the French Revolution, beginning in 1789 with the storming of the Bastille. It was a movement ignited by the brilliant motto, liberty, equality, fraternity, a dream of popular sovereignty that inspired the world. But just a few short years later, that dream curdled into one of history's most chilling nightmares, a period where the revolution, in a desperate bid to save itself, began to devour its own children. This was the Reign of Terror, a 9-month span from the autumn of 1793 to the summer of 1794 that redefined the very meaning of revolutionary justice and political violence. The catalyst for this dark turn was a nation in peril, or at least the pervasive perception of one. By 1793, France was surrounded by hostile monarchical armies threatening to crush the revolution and restore the old order. Inside its borders, a massive royalist and Catholic uprising in the Vendée region had become a brutal civil war. The economy was in shambles, with rampant inflation and food shortages fueling public anger in Paris. In this atmosphere of existential crisis, the radical Jacobin faction, led by the intensely moralistic and uncompromising Maximilien Robespierre, argued that the revolution could only be saved through unwavering virtue and the ruthless elimination of its enemies. To achieve this, the National Convention established the Committee of Public Safety, a 12-man executive body that was gradually granted dictatorial powers to oversee the war effort and protect the Republic. Under Robespierre's ideological guidance, this committee became the engine of the terror. Its justification was a chillingly simple, almost mathematical formula articulated by Robespierre himself. Terror is nothing other than justice, prompt, severe, inflexible. It is therefore an emanation of virtue. In his view, virtue and terror were two sides of the same coin. To be truly virtuous in defense of the revolution required being terrible to its foes. This logic created a slippery slope where any dissent, any hesitation, could be interpreted as a hidden betrayal, a symptom of a corrupted soul. This paranoid philosophy was codified into law with the infamous Law of Suspects, passed in September 1793. This legislation was a masterpiece of vague and terrifying language, creating a legal framework for accusation based not on evidence of a crime, but on a person's perceived thoughts, associations, or social status. It mandated the arrest of anyone who, by their conduct, relations, or language spoken or written, have shown themselves partisans of tyranny or federalism and enemies of liberty. This could mean a former noble who had never lifted a finger against the Republic, a shopkeeper who complained about the price of bread, or a farmer who hid grain from government agents. It cast a net so wide that virtually anyone could be caught in it. Neighbors were encouraged to denounce neighbors, and family members turned on one another in a frantic effort to prove their own revolutionary purity. The prisons of Paris, like the conciergerie, became overflowing holding pens for the accused, a chaotic world where the once powerful, like the former queen, waited alongside ordinary citizens, all living in a state of constant dread, listening for the footsteps of the turnkey that might signal their summons to the revolutionary tribunal. And for those who stood before that tribunal, the outcome was almost always a foregone conclusion. The proceedings were a grotesque parody of justice, often lasting only minutes. Defense was virtually impossible, as the mere act of defending an enemy of the revolution could be seen as counter-revolutionary in itself. The standard of evidence was so low that a rumor or a single denunciation was often enough to secure a conviction. The penalty for nearly all these manufactured crimes was the same: death by the guillotine. This machine, originally promoted as a humane, egalitarian method of execution, became the relentless, mechanical heart of the terror. Its falling blade was the ultimate symbol of the revolution's demand for uniformity and its cold, efficient brutality. Day after day, Tumbrel's wooden carts would rumble through the streets of Paris, carrying the condemned from the prison to the Place de la Révolution, where the current Place de la Concorde stands today. The crowds that gathered were a mixture of jubilant sans-culottes, morbidly curious onlookers, and terrified relatives hiding in the throng. The most famous victims are etched into history. The deposed King Louis XVI, executed in January 1793 for conspiring with foreign powers. His wife, Marie Antoinette, whose trial descended into lurid and fabricated accusations, beheaded in October of that year. But they were merely the most prominent heads to fall. The revolutionary firebrand Georges Danton, who had helped establish the terror, was himself guillotined in April 1794 when he began to argue for clemency. His final words a haunting prophecy to Robespierre: "You will follow me." The sheer scale of the killing is difficult to comprehend. In Paris alone, over 2,600 people were executed by the guillotine during the Reign of Terror. But the violence was not confined to the capital. The government sent representatives on mission to rebellious cities and regions, granting them absolute power to suppress counter-revolution. In places like Lyon and Nantes, the terror reached even more horrific depths. In Nantes, under the direction of Jean-Baptiste Carrier, thousands of prisoners were executed in mass shootings or loaded onto barges that were then scuttled in the Loire River, a method of killing known as noyades or drownings. The total number of victims across France during this period is estimated to be around 40,000, with many more dying in the concurrent civil war in the Vendée. The revolution had created a self-perpetuating cycle of fear. Each execution created new enemies, which in turn justified more paranoia and more executions. The Committee of Public Safety, in its quest to create a perfectly virtuous republic, had constructed a machine of state-sponsored murder that operated on the fuel of its own incessant dread. The end of the terror came, as it so often does, when the executioner finally turned his gaze upon his own. By the summer of 1794, Robespierre and his allies on the committee had become so powerful and so feared that members of the National Convention who had previously supported him began to fear for their own lives. No one felt safe. In a dramatic session on the 9th of Thermidor, July 27, 1794, Robespierre was shouted down when he tried to give a speech calling for yet another purge of the convention. The next day, he and his closest supporters were themselves guillotined without trial, the very same fate they had meted out to so many others. The Thermidorian reaction that followed sought to dismantle the machinery of the terror, but the scars it left on the political imagination of the world were permanent. The French Revolution's reign of terror bequeathed to us the modern concept of revolutionary terror itself. The idea that a political movement, particularly a radical one, can use systematic violence and intimidation to purge society of perceived enemies and enforce ideological conformity. It became the grim blueprint for the political purges of the 20th century, from the Soviet Union's Great Purge to the killing fields of Cambodia. It stands as an eternal, disturbing lesson in how quickly the highest ideals can be corrupted by absolute power, how the quest for a perfect society can lead to a perfectly monstrous one, and how the language of virtue can become a mask for the most brutal and unforgiving tyranny. While the French Revolution's terror was born from political ideology, the next great disturbance emerged from the soil itself, a biological betrayal that would starve a nation. Ireland in the 1840s was a deeply unequal society, a colonial possession of the British Empire where the vast majority of the rural poor lived in a state of precarious dependency on a single crop, the potato. This humble tuber, introduced to Europe centuries earlier from the Americas, was the perfect food for the Irish tenant farmer. It was incredibly productive, capable of feeding a large family from a small plot of land. The infamous Kanaka system, where laborers were paid not in money, but in the right to farm a tiny potato patch. For over 3 million people, the potato was not just a staple, it was life itself, constituting nearly the entirety of their diet. This monoculture, however, created a terrifying vulnerability. The entire nutritional and economic foundation for a third of Ireland's 8 million people rested on the health of a single plant. That foundation was about to crumble into black, rotting mush. The agent of destruction arrived silently in the late summer of 1845. It was a microscopic fungus-like organism called Phytophthora infestans, literally, the infesting plant destroyer. It likely traveled on ships from North America, and it found the cool, damp Irish climate to be a perfect breeding ground. The first signs were innocent enough, a few black spots on the potato plant's leaves. But the blight worked with horrifying speed. A field of lush green plants could appear healthy in the morning and be a withered, blackened ruin by the next evening. The real horror, however, was hidden underground. When farmers dug up their precious tubers hoping to salvage the crop, they found the potatoes themselves transformed into a putrid, inedible slime. They looked fine from the outside, but their interiors were a foul-smelling, dark pulp. This wasn't just a crop failure, it was the annihilation of the sole food source for millions, a catastrophe unfolding with a quiet, sickening finality. Faced with a natural disaster of this magnitude, one would expect a massive, state-directed relief effort. This is where the Irish potato famine, or An Gcóir to Mór, the Great Hunger, transitions from a tragedy into a profound historical disturbance. Ireland was at the time part of the wealthiest and most powerful empire on earth, and Ireland was not, in fact, bereft of food. As the potato crop failed, other foodstuffs, vast quantities of grain, livestock, and dairy products continued to be produced on the island. But this food was not for the Irish poor. It was owned by Anglo-Irish landlords and was being systematically exported under armed guard to England and other markets to be sold for profit. The starving would line the roads, watching in helpless despair as cart after cart laden with oats, wheat, and cattle rolled past them to the ports, food that was legally someone else's property, destined for dinner tables they would never see. This stark, surreal image captures the heart of the famine's horror: mass starvation in the midst of plenty, enforced by the economic doctrines and political structures of the time. The prevailing ideology in Westminster was one of laissez-faire economics, a belief that government should not interfere with the free market. Influential politicians like Sir Charles Trevelyan, the British Treasury official effectively in charge of the relief effort, saw the famine as a mechanism for reducing surplus population and a divine judgment on what he viewed as a lazy and irresponsible Irish people. Relief efforts, when they came, were often too little, too late, and deliberately designed to be unappealing. Public works projects were established where men had to perform back-breaking labor, like breaking stones for roads to nowhere, to earn a pittance that was still insufficient to buy the inflated food prices. The most infamous policy was the closure of the soup kitchens in the summer of 1847, just as another catastrophic failure of the potato crop was becoming apparent, because the government believed the crisis was over and that continued aid would create dependency. This was not merely incompetence, it was a form of structural violence where the policies of a distant government actively exacerbated a natural disaster into a human genocide. The human consequences were a descent into a hellscape. With no potatoes and no money to buy the exported grain, people simply began to starve. They resorted to eating grass, nettles, and even the bark off trees. Diseases like typhus, relapsing fever, and dysentery, collectively known as famine fever, swept through the malnourished population, spread by lice and the squalid conditions in overcrowded workhouses and roadside ditches. Contemporary accounts describe entire villages where the only sound was the desperate coughing of the sick, with the dead often left unburied for days. Mass graves, known as famine pits, were dug, into which dozens of anonymous, emaciated bodies would be tipped. The scale of the suffering is almost impossible to grasp. Over 1 million people are estimated to have died from starvation and disease between 1845 and 1852. But the death toll tells only half the story. The other million vanished from the island through a desperate mass exodus. Faced with certain death, over 2 million Irish men, women, and children fled their homeland in what became one of the largest and most traumatic population displacements of the 19th century. They crowded into notoriously unsafe and disease-ridden ships known as coffin ships, for the perilous journey across the Atlantic to North America or to England. The conditions aboard were a continuation of the horror they were escaping. It's estimated that as many as 1 in 5 passengers died during the voyage or shortly after arrival in quarantine stations like Grosse Isle in Canada. Those who survived the journey arrived in their new countries as refugees, often penniless, diseased, and facing intense discrimination. They formed the vanguard of the global Irish diaspora, settling in the slums of Boston and New York, the factories of Liverpool and Glasgow, and the frontiers of Australia, forever altering the demographic and cultural fabric of the English-speaking world. They carried with them a searing, generational memory of loss and a deep, abiding bitterness toward the British government. The Ireland that emerged from this crucible was a nation hollowed out, its spirit and its population forever scarred. By 1851, the island's population had been effectively halved, a demographic collapse from which it would not fully recover until the end of the 20th century. The Irish language, once spoken by the majority, went into a steep decline as the worst suffering occurred in the predominantly Irish-speaking western regions. The famine shattered the traditional rural society and intensified hatred of British rule and the landlord class, fueling the movement for Irish independence that would culminate decades later. And Gortamore was more than a famine. It was an event that broke a nation's spirit and forged a new, hardened identity in exile and in memory. It stands as one of history's most disturbing examples of how a natural disaster can be catastrophically amplified by human indifference, economic dogma, and colonial policy, leaving a wound on a nation's soul that has never fully healed. While Europe was grappling with famine and revolution, a storm of a different kind was brewing in southern China, one that would soon unleash a conflict so vast and so devastating it would earn the grim title of the deadliest civil war in all of human history. The Qing dynasty, once mighty, was by the mid-19th century a decaying giant, riddled with corruption and staggering under the weight of foreign humiliation after the First Opium War. It was in this fertile ground of discontent that a most unlikely and mesmerizing figure emerged to challenge the very foundations of Chinese society. His name was Hong Xiuquan, a failed scholar from the Hakka minority who had repeatedly flunked the grueling imperial civil service exams. After one such shattering failure, he suffered a series of vivid, feverish visions. In these dreams, he was taken up to a heavenly realm where a majestic, golden-bearded man gave him a sword and commanded him to slay the demons plaguing the world. This figure, Hong later concluded after encountering Christian missionary pamphlets, was God the Father. The younger man who had instructed him in battle was Jesus Christ. Hong Xiuquan reached a staggering conclusion. He was not merely a follower of Christ, but his literal younger brother, divinely appointed to establish a new heavenly kingdom on earth and drive the Manchu king rulers, whom he saw as demonic oppressors, from China. This revelation became the bedrock of a radical and intoxicating new ideology. Hong began preaching a potent mix of millenarian Christianity and bitter social grievance, attracting a massive following among the poor, the landless, and ethnic minorities who felt crushed by the weight of the king state. His vision for the heavenly kingdom of great peace, or Taiping Changuo, was a revolutionary blueprint for society. He condemned the Confucian order as idolatry and promised a radical redistribution of land where all property would be held in common and shared according to need. He advocated for the strict separation of men and women, the abolition of foot binding and opium smoking, and a form of puritanical law that was brutally enforced. This was not just a rebellion, it was a total ideological war against the entire ancient system of Chinese civilization, offering a utopian, if brutally austere, alternative to the millions who had nothing left to lose. With this fervent army of the dispossessed behind him, Hong ignited a firestorm in 1850. The Taiping forces, fueled by a belief in divine protection, swept north out of their base in Guangxi province, swelling in number as they went. Their ultimate prize was the magnificent city of Nanjing, a former Ming dynasty capital. In a stunning military feat, they captured it in 1853, massacring the entire Manchu garrison and their families, a death toll of some 30,000 people. They renamed the city the Heavenly Capital, and for over a decade it served as the seat of their theocratic state, a bizarre and powerful counter-empire that controlled much of the wealthy Yangtze River basin, the very heartland of China. From here, they launched ambitious but ultimately unsuccessful expeditions to capture the Qing capital of Beijing, their fanatical troops often charging into battle without any fear of death, convinced that paradise awaited them. The scale of the ensuing conflict is almost beyond comprehension. For 14 years, the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom and the Qing dynasty fought a war of total annihilation across central and eastern China. The fighting was characterized by immense, sprawling sieges and staggeringly bloody set-piece battles. The Taiping defenders of Nanjing alone withstood a Qing siege that lasted for 8 grueling years. But the most defining feature of the war was its sheer, unmitigated brutality toward civilians. Both sides viewed the other as subhuman heretics deserving of extermination. Mass executions were commonplace. When a city fell, it was standard practice for the victors to put its entire population to the sword, regardless of age or gender, to terrorize the enemy and prevent future resistance. The human landscape was utterly transformed by this relentless violence. Famine and disease followed the armies like vultures, claiming countless more lives than the battlefield itself. The final, conservative death toll is estimated at between 20 and 30 million people. To put that number in perspective, it surpasses the combined military and civilian deaths of the entire First World War. The fertile rice paddies of central China were literally drenched in blood, a human catastrophe of a magnitude the world had rarely witnessed. The eventual suppression of the rebellion was as brutal as the rebellion itself. The Qing dynasty, its own armies proving ineffective and corrupt, eventually turned to powerful regional Chinese generals like Zheng Guofan to raise local militias. These forces, funded by new Lican transit taxes and aided by ever-victorious army, a mercenary force led for a time by the American adventurer Frederick Townsend Ward and later the British officer Charles Gordon, began to slowly turn the tide. They adopted a strategy of patient encirclement, strangling the Taiping-controlled territories and cutting off their supply lines. By 1864, the Heavenly Kingdom was on its last legs, isolated and riven by internal paranoia, and Purge's Hong Xiuquan himself grew increasingly detached and delusional, claiming to live on dew sent from heaven. In July of that year, Qing forces finally breached the walls of Nanjing. What followed was a final, apocalyptic massacre. Hong Xiuquan died just before the city fell, reportedly from illness, though some accounts suggest suicide. His body was later exhumed, burned, and his ashes shot from a cannon to ensure no relic remained. The Qing victory was complete, but it was a Pyrrhic one that left the dynasty mortally wounded. The long-term consequences of the Taiping Rebellion fundamentally reshaped the fate of China. The immediate human cost was an almost unimaginable void where millions had once lived, leaving vast swaths of the country depopulated and economically shattered. But politically, the aftermath was even more significant. To defeat the Taiping, the Qing court had been forced to delegate immense military and financial power to Han Chinese officials like Zheng Guofan. These regional armies and the tax revenues that supported them never fully returned to central control. This shift in power away from the Manchu court and into the hands of provincial governors marked the beginning of the end for the dynasty, setting a precedent for the warlord era that would engulf China in the early 20th century. Furthermore, the rebellion had devastated the most productive region of the country, crippling the treasury and making China even more vulnerable to foreign imperialist demands. The weakness exposed by the 14-year internal convulsion invited further predatory interventions from Western powers and a rapidly modernizing Japan, setting the stage for the century of humiliation that would ultimately sweep the old order away entirely. The Taiping Rebellion, therefore, stands as a terrifying monument to the destructive power of religious fervor mixed with social revolution, a cataclysm that did not just claim tens of millions of lives, but irrevocably cracked the pillars of the last imperial dynasty, setting China on a violent and uncertain path toward its modern destiny. Yet the immense, slow-moving tragedy of the Taiping Rebellion, which unfolded over 14 years and reshaped a single empire, stands in stark contrast to the next event. A single, fleeting moment on a sunny street that took less than 30 seconds to execute but sent the entire world spiraling into the abyss. The date was June 28, 1914, and the city of Sarajevo, the provincial capital of Bosnia and Herzegovina, was buzzing with a tense official excitement. The heir to the throne of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Archduke Franz Ferdinand, was paying a state visit with his wife, Sophie. The atmosphere, however, was far from celebratory. Bosnia had only recently been annexed by Austria-Hungary, and many Slavs living there dreamed of unification with the independent Kingdom of Serbia, their Slavic neighbor to the east. For a small, dedicated group of young Bosnian Serb nationalists, the Archduke's visit was not a diplomatic occasion. It was a provocation and a target of supreme symbolic value. They were members of the secret revolutionary organization known as the Black Hand, and they were determined to strike a blow for their cause through a terrifyingly direct method: assassination. The stage was set for a drama of chilling coincidences and catastrophic missteps. As the Archduke's six-car motorcade made its way along the Appel Quay by the Miljacka River, the first attempt on his life was clumsy and failed. One of the conspirators, Nedeljko Chabranovic, threw a hand grenade at the open-topped car. The driver accelerated, and the bomb bounced off the folded-back convertible roof, detonating under the wheel of the vehicle behind, injuring its occupants and several spectators. Chaos erupted. Chabranovic swallowed a cyanide pill and jumped into the river, but the pill only made him vomit, and the river was shockingly shallow. He was quickly captured. A shaken but defiant Franz Ferdinand continued with the planned itinerary, delivering a speech at the town hall. He then insisted on being driven to the hospital to visit the officers wounded in the bomb blast. It was this decision, born of a sense of royal duty, that set in motion the final, fatal sequence of events. The motorcade set off again, but in the confusion, a critical error was made. No one had informed the lead driver of the change in route. He continued along the Appel Quay on the pre-arranged path, not turning onto the street that would lead to the hospital. Realizing the mistake, the car's owner and senior official, Count Harrach, ordered the driver to stop and reverse. The car came to a halt directly in front of a small delicatessen called Schiller's. By a twist of fate so improbable it seems ripped from a work of fiction, one of the other assassins, a 19-year-old student named Gavrilo Princip, was standing right there. Having heard the bomb blast and believing the plot had failed, he had given up and wandered to a nearby spot to get a sandwich. Suddenly, the object of his mission, the Archduke himself, was immobilized not 5 feet in front of him. The car's engine stalled as the driver struggled to maneuver in reverse. It was an opportunity handed to him by sheer, breathtaking chance. Princip did not hesitate. He stepped forward, drew his pistol, and fired 2 shots at point-blank range. The first bullet struck the Archduke in the jugular vein. The second hit his wife, Sophie, in the abdomen. She slumped against her husband, who, bleeding profusely, kept repeating, "Sofirl, Sofirl, don't die. Stay alive for our children." Within minutes, both were dead. The assassination was complete, but the shots fired by Gavrilo Princip were more than just bullets. They were the spark thrown into a room filled with political dynamite. Europe in 1914 was not a collection of independent nations so much as it was a complex and rigid web of interlocking military alliances, a system designed to create stability through mutual deterrence. It was known as the powder keg of Europe for a reason. On one side stood the Triple Entente, France, Russia, and Great Britain. On the other was the Triple Alliance, Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Italy. These alliances meant that an attack on one major power was considered an attack on them all, guaranteeing that any local conflict could and would escalate into a continental war. The assassination provided Austria-Hungary with the perfect pretext to finally crush its troublesome Slavic rival, Serbia. After securing a blank check of unconditional support from its powerful ally Germany, Austria-Hungary delivered a brutal ultimatum to Serbia, making demands so severe they were designed to be rejected. Serbia, in turn, looked to its own powerful Slavic protector, Russia, which began to mobilize its vast, lumbering army. This triggered Germany's war plan, the Schlieffen Plan, which called for a lightning-fast attack on France through neutral Belgium to knock it out quickly before turning to face the slow-moving Russians. Germany's violation of Belgian neutrality then brought Britain, guarantor of Belgian sovereignty, into the war. In the span of just over a month, a political murder in a Balkan backwater had activated a doomsday machine of diplomatic commitments and military timetables, pulling every major power in Europe into a conflict none of them truly wanted but from which none could escape. The world that was shattered in that single month was one of remarkable, if superficial, peace. The century since the Napoleonic Wars had been largely free of continent-wide conflagrations. It was an age of unprecedented scientific progress, artistic flourishing, and booming international trade, a period often called the Belle Epoque, or Beautiful Era. Many believed that this interconnected, modern world had become too civilized and too economically interdependent for a major war to ever occur again. The assassination of Franz Ferdinand and the catastrophic chain reaction it initiated proved this optimism to be a fatal illusion. The war to end all wars that followed would be anything but. It unleashed industrial-scale slaughter, with machine guns, artillery, and chemical weapons claiming a generation of young men in the hellish trenches of the Western Front. It toppled ancient empires, the Austro-Hungarian, the Ottoman, the German, and the Russian, redrawing the map of the world and creating a power vacuum that would be filled by new, volatile ideologies. The war's bitter and vindictive peace settlement, the Treaty of Versailles, would plant the seeds for an even greater and more horrific world war just 2 decades later. The single, impulsive act of a teenage nationalist did not just start the First World War. It slammed the door on the 19th century and forcefully inaugurated the entire traumatic 20th century, an era defined by total war, genocide, and the constant threat of nuclear annihilation. The echo of those 2 shots in Sarajevo is a permanent reminder of how fragile our complex systems of order truly are, and how a single, random event in an unexpected place can unravel the very fabric of global civilization. As the world descended into the mechanized slaughter of the First World War, another kind of horror was unfolding in the shadows of that conflict, a systematic campaign of annihilation that would introduce a terrifying new word into the lexicon of human cruelty: genocide. In the fading years of the Ottoman Empire, a sprawling, multi-ethnic state nicknamed the Sick Man of Europe, a dangerous new ideology was taking root. Known as Pan-Turkism, it envisioned a new, ethnically pure Turkish state stretching from Anatolia into Central Asia. This nationalist fervor viewed the empire's Christian minorities, particularly the ancient and prosperous Armenian community, as a dangerous fifth column, an internal obstacle to this dream of a unified nation. When the Ottoman Empire entered the war in 1914 on the side of Germany and Austria-Hungary, its paranoid nationalist leadership, the Young Turks, saw a historic opportunity. With the world's attention focused on the trenches of Europe, they would solve the Armenian question with finality, using the cover of war to enact a blueprint for mass murder that would haunt the century to come. The first, chillingly precise act of this plan targeted the very heart of Armenian society. On the night of April 24, 1915, authorities in Constantinople began rounding up hundreds of the most prominent Armenian intellectuals, politicians, doctors, and religious leaders. These men, the poets, the thinkers, the community elders, were not arrested for any crime, but for who they were. They were dragged from their homes, imprisoned, and then, in a series of executions carried out over the following weeks, systematically murdered. This was a deliberate decapitation strike designed to remove the leadership and the voice of the Armenian people, leaving the rest of the population disoriented, defenseless, and utterly leaderless. It was a cold, calculated prelude to the much larger horror that was about to be unleashed upon the entire Armenian population of Anatolia. What followed was not a spontaneous outburst of mob violence, but a meticulously organized bureaucratic process, a fact that makes it all the more disturbing. Under the pretext of relocating Armenians away from frontline zones for military reasons, the government passed a law for deportation. But this was a euphemism for a death sentence. Armenian men of fighting age were immediately separated from their families, taken to secluded forests or riverbeds, and shot dead by killing squads often composed of released convicts. Then the remainder, the women, the children, and the elderly, were forced from their ancestral homes, their property and belongings confiscated. They were formed into caravans and sent on forced marches south, into the scorching, waterless deserts of Syria and Mesopotamia. These death marches were the central mechanism of the genocide. The deportees were systematically stripped of their remaining food and water by their guards. They were subjected to relentless attacks by bands of irregulars and local tribesmen who robbed, raped, and murdered them with impunity. The roads became littered with the corpses of those who succumbed to thirst, starvation, exhaustion, or disease. Survivor accounts describe mothers abandoning their dying infants by the roadside, watching their families disintegrate step by agonizing step under the blistering sun. The Zor Desert in particular became a vast, open-air grave where tens of thousands perished from deliberate deprivation. For those who managed to survive the marches, the destination was often not salvation but a different kind of hell. A network of 25 concentration camps was established in the Syrian desert, the most infamous being Deir ez-Zor. These were not labor camps, they were extermination camps designed for slow death. Prisoners were crammed into spaces with no shelter, no sanitation, and virtually no food or water. Epidemics of typhus, dysentery, and cholera swept through the emaciated populations, while guards continued their campaign of random killings and brutalization. The conditions were so horrific that death was a near certainty. These camps represent one of the first modern uses of a concentrated, industrial-scale system for the destruction of a people, a grim precursor to the Nazi death camps of the Second World War. The international community, while consumed by its own war, was not entirely unaware of the atrocities. Diplomats from neutral countries like the United States, along with missionaries and journalists, sent harrowing reports back to their governments describing the systematic nature of the slaughter. In 1915, the Allied powers issued a joint statement condemning what they called crimes against humanity and civilization, a phrase that was being used for the very first time. This moral outrage, however, translated into very little concrete action. No nation was willing to divert crucial military resources to intervene, and humanitarian aid was severely limited. The promises of holding the perpetrators accountable after the war would ultimately come to very little, setting a tragic precedent of impunity for such colossal crimes. The most enduring and disturbing legacy of the Armenian genocide, however, is the campaign of denial that began almost immediately and continues to this day. As the Ottoman Empire collapsed and the modern Republic of Turkey emerged under Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, the new government embarked on a systematic effort to erase the crime from history. Official archives were purged, evidence was destroyed, and a state-sponsored narrative was constructed that has been maintained for over a century. This narrative acknowledges that Armenians died during the war, but it falsely frames their deaths as a result of civil strife, famine, and relocations necessitated by military concerns, vehemently rejecting the term genocide and its implication of a premeditated, state-sponsored plan to destroy a people. This denial is not a mere academic disagreement, it is the final, ongoing phase of the genocide itself. It inflicts a profound psychological wound on the descendants of the survivors, invalidating their history and their trauma. It also established a terrifyingly effective playbook for future perpetrators, demonstrating that even the most heinous act of mass murder could, with enough political will and historical revisionism, be obscured, distorted, and ultimately denied. The Armenian genocide stands as a stark, dark milestone, the first full-blown genocide of the 20th century. It showed the world how a modern state, with its bureaucracy, its laws, and its technologies, could be weaponized to exterminate its own citizens. The world's failure to deliver meaningful justice or even consistent acknowledgement sent a clear and chilling message to those who would follow in the Young Turks' footsteps, a message that the international community's memory was short and its consequences were few. Even as the guns fell silent in November 1918, a new, invisible enemy was already sweeping across a war-ravaged planet, one that would claim more lives in a single year than the entire First World War had in 4. This was the influenza pandemic of 1918, often misnamed the Spanish flu. The misnomer itself is a product of the time. Wartime censorship in fighting nations like the United States, Britain, and Germany suppressed news of the outbreak to maintain morale, while neutral Spain reported on it freely, creating the false impression that it originated there. The virus was an H1N1 strain, but it possessed a ferocity that is still studied with dread today. It moved with a speed that defied belief, riding the coattails of global conflict. The mass mobilization of troops created perfect conditions for its spread. Soldiers packed into crowded troopships and trenched became immense human petri dishes. As these soldiers were shipped home after the armistice, they carried the virus with them to the most remote corners of the globe. Within months, it had reached from the bustling ports of North America to isolated villages in the Alaskan wilderness and islands in the South Pacific. It is estimated that a staggering 500 million people, about one-third of the entire world's population at the time, caught the virus. What made this pandemic so particularly terrifying was its unusual choice of victims. Typical seasonal influenza follows a U-shaped mortality curve, claiming the very young, whose immune systems are naive, and the very old, whose systems are weakened. The 1918 pandemic, however, produced a terrifying W-shaped curve. It savagely targeted healthy young adults between the ages of 20 and 40. The very robustness of their immune systems is what killed them. This was a phenomenon known as a cytokine storm. When the virus invaded the lungs of a strong, healthy person, their immune system would launch an overwhelming, frantic counterattack, flooding the lungs with immune cells and fluid. Instead of fighting the infection, this storm essentially drowned the patients from the inside. They would develop a severe, rapidly progressing pneumonia, their skin turning a dark, dusky blue or purple from the lack of oxygen, a condition called heliotrope cyanosis. They were literally suffocating in front of their doctors. A person could feel perfectly healthy at breakfast, be feverish by noon, and be dead by midnight. This shocking reversal of the natural order, where the strongest were the most vulnerable, injected a profound and specific terror into communities already exhausted by years of war. The societal infrastructure, already strained to its breaking point by the war effort, completely buckled under this new assault. Hospitals were instantly overwhelmed. Beds filled every corridor, and then cots filled every available space in auditoriums and gymnasiums. There was a critical, heartbreaking shortage of doctors and nurses, as so many were still deployed overseas. Makeshift hospitals were set up in any large building available, from schools to church halls, staffed by frantic volunteers with little to no medical training. The most haunting image of all was the shortage of coffins and the men who could dig graves. Undertakers were overwhelmed, and in city after city, the dead were stacked like cordwood in mass graves excavated by steam shovels. In Philadelphia, one of the hardest-hit American cities, the death toll was so high that the city morgue had bodies piled 3 and 4 deep. the city was forced to use a steam shovel to dig a mass grave in a local park for the unidentified dead. The fabric of daily life unraveled, cities shut down, schools, theaters, and churches were closed, public gatherings were banned. In some towns, it became mandatory to wear gauze masks in public. Police officers patrolled empty streets, their faces masked, looking more like apparitions than keepers of the peace. The world, for a moment, became a very quiet and very frightened place. This immense suffering unfolded in the shadow of the Great War, creating a unique and disturbing psychological duality. For soldiers at the front, the end of the fighting should have been a moment of deliverance, but for many, it was merely an exchange of one hell for another. Troop ships became floating tombs, with more soldiers dying from the flu on their way home than had been killed in their final battles. On the home front, the celebration of victory was muted, happening behind closed doors, the joy poisoned by the constant sound of ambulance bells and the sight of homes marked with quarantine signs. And then, as suddenly as it appeared, the pandemic burned itself out. By the end of 1919, the virus had mutated into a less lethal strain and faded away. But its departure was followed by something almost as strange as the disease itself, a collective worldwide silence. The Spanish flu was largely scrubbed from public memory, from literature, and from the arts for decades. This was not an accidental forgetting, but an active repression. After the trauma of the war, societies and individuals simply could not process another catastrophe of such magnitude. People wanted to move forward, to rebuild, to forget the sight of mass graves and the sound of struggling breath. This erasure from our collective story is one of the pandemic's most disturbing legacies. It serves as a powerful lesson in how societies can consciously choose to bury traumatic memories, leaving us vulnerable when the next invisible enemy arrives, to be just as unprepared and just as terrified as the generation that lived through it a century ago. If the First World War and its grim aftermath demonstrated the fragility of a global order, and the Great Depression that followed plunged the world into economic despair, then the political movement that arose from that despair in Germany represents the ultimate perversion of a nation's anguish. In the wake of its defeat and the humiliating terms of the Treaty of Versailles, Germany of the 1920s was a society on the brink, a crucible of hyperinflation where savings were wiped out overnight, of political street violence between communists and nationalists, and of a deep, festering resentment known as the stab in the back myth, the poisonous idea that the German army had been defeated on the battlefield but betrayed by politicians, Jews, and other so-called subversives at home. It was into this volatile environment that a former corporal from Austria, a man with a mesmeric gift for oratory and a bottomless well of hatred, stepped onto the national stage. Adolf Hitler and his National Socialist or Nazi party did not seize power in a violent coup. They exploited the very mechanisms of a fragile democracy to strangle it from within, promising national renewal, scapegoats for failure, and a restored sense of pride to a people drowning in shame and poverty. Hitler's ascent was a masterclass in manipulating public fear. He channeled the economic terror of the Great Depression, which left 6 million Germans unemployed, into a focused, white-hot rage against a carefully constructed set of enemies. In his vitriolic speeches, he offered a simple, intoxicating narrative. Germany's problems were not caused by complex global markets or the consequences of a lost war, but by an international Jewish conspiracy and the incompetence of the Weimar Republic. This message resonated with a populace desperate for simple answers and a strong leader. After the Nazi Party became the largest party in the German parliament in 1932, a group of conservative politicians, believing they could control him, maneuvered to appoint Hitler Chancellor of Germany in January 1933. They were catastrophically mistaken. Within weeks, a fire at the Reichstag building was used as a pretext to suspend civil rights and eliminate political opposition. The Enabling Act of 1933 then formally granted Hitler dictatorial powers, and with a chilling swiftness, the democratic institutions of the Weimar Republic were dismantled. Germany was now a totalitarian state, and its first order of business was the legal and social isolation of those it had deemed undesirable. The persecution did not begin with gas chambers, it began with laws. The Nuremberg Laws of 1935 codified racism into the legal framework of the state. These laws stripped Jewish people of their German citizenship, forbade marriage or sexual relations between Jews and non-Jews, and systematically defined Jewishness based on grandparentage, creating a rigid racial hierarchy. This was not random violence, it was a bureaucratic, state-sponsored process that systematically dehumanized an entire population, stripping them of their rights, their livelihoods, and their place in society. Jewish doctors, lawyers, and professors were barred from practicing. Jewish businesses were boycotted and vandalized. This steady, escalating campaign of legal and social terror culminated in the state-sanctioned pogrom of November 9th and 10th, 1938, known as Kristallnacht, the Night of Broken Glass. Nazi paramilitaries and civilians rampaged through Jewish neighborhoods, smashing the windows of thousands of synagogues, homes, and businesses, looting and setting them ablaze while police and firefighters stood by. Dozens of Jewish people were murdered, and 30,000 Jewish men were arrested and sent to concentration camps. It was a public, unambiguous signal that the Jews of Germany were now completely outside the protection of the law. With the outbreak of the Second World War in 1939, the Nazis' campaign of persecution escalated into a program of mass murder. The conquest of Poland brought millions more Jews under their control, who were forced into squalid, sealed ghettos in cities like Warsaw and Lodz, where they were slowly starved and decimated by disease. But it was after the invasion of the Soviet Union in 1941 that the killing became truly systematized. Mobile killing squads known as Einsatzgruppen followed the German army, rounding up and executing Jews, Roma, and Soviet commissars in town after town, often with the help of local collaborators. The method was brutally intimate. Victims were forced to dig their own mass graves before being shot and falling into the pit. Yet this shooting was deemed too slow, too logistically challenging, and too psychologically stressful for the perpetrators. A more efficient industrial method was sought, and it was at the Wannsee Conference in January 1942 that senior Nazi officials formally coordinated the logistics for what they chillingly termed the final solution to the Jewish question. This was the official, bureaucratic birth of the Holocaust as a continent-wide project of industrialized extermination. The implementation of this plan created a universe of death unlike anything the world had ever seen. The network of extermination camps constructed primarily in occupied Poland. While concentration camps like Dachau and Buchenwald had existed since the early days of the regime for political prisoners, the new camps, Treblinka, Sobibor, Belzec, and most infamously, Auschwitz-Birkenau were designed for a single horrifying purpose: assembly line murder. The process was a grotesque perversion of industrial efficiency. Upon arrival at Auschwitz, often after days in sealed cattle cars without food or water, prisoners were immediately subjected to selection on the railway platform. An SS doctor with a casual wave of the hand would decide who was fit for slave labor and who would die immediately. The elderly, the sick, women, and nearly all children were directed to the left, told they were going to the showers. They were herded into large, underground chambers disguised as bathhouses, where the doors were sealed and pellets of Zyklon B poison gas were dropped through vents in the ceiling. Within 20 minutes, hundreds of people were dead. Their bodies were then searched for gold fillings and hair, which were harvested before being cremated in industrial furnaces. The sheer scale is incomprehensible. At the height of its operation, Auschwitz-Birkenau could murder and dispose of up to 6,000 people every single day. The personal artifacts left behind, mountains of shoes, suitcases, eyeglasses, and human hair preserved at the camp museums today, are not merely relics. They are silent, screaming testaments to the individuality of the millions who were reduced to a statistic, a unit in a factory of death. The Holocaust's staggering death toll extends far beyond the 6 million Jewish men, women, and children who were systematically murdered, a figure that represents 2/3 of the Jewish population of Europe. The Nazis' racial ideology also targeted millions of others for extermination or persecution. An estimated 250,000 Roma and Sinti people were killed. Tens of thousands of people with physical and mental disabilities were murdered in the T4 euthanasia program. Millions of Soviet prisoners of war were deliberately starved and worked to death. Polish intellectuals, socialists, communists, and homosexuals were also targeted for arrest, enslavement, and execution. The Holocaust was not a single event, but a multi-fronted campaign of annihilation against anyone who did not fit the Nazi vision of a pure Aryan master race. It stands as the ultimate warning from history, a permanent scar on human civilization demonstrating the horrific endpoint of unchecked hatred, state-sponsored propaganda, and the terrifying indifference of the outside world, which for too long knew what was happening and did far too little to stop it. The gates of Auschwitz, with their infamous, cynical motto, Arbeit macht frei, work set you free, remain one of the most powerful symbols of human cruelty, a stark reminder of the abyss that opens when a society trades its humanity for the false comfort of a strongman and the poisonous allure of a scapegoat. From the industrial death camps of the Holocaust, we now turn to a single, blinding flash that announced a new kind of annihilation, one that shifted humanity from being the destroyer of civilizations to a species capable of ending its own existence. In the pre-dawn darkness of August 6, 1945, the B-29 Superfortress bomber known as the Enola Gay flew steadily toward its Japanese target. In its bomb bay hung a single, ominous weapon nicknamed Little Boy, an atomic bomb unlike any device ever used in warfare. At 8:15 local time, the bomb was released, and 44.4 seconds later, it detonated 1,900 feet above the city of Hiroshima. What followed was not an explosion in the conventional sense, but the sudden creation of a man-made sun. A brilliant, white-hot flash of light, brighter than anything ever seen, illuminated the entire city and the surrounding hills. Temperatures at the hypocenter, the point directly below the blast, reached an unimaginable 5,400 degrees Fahrenheit, hotter than the surface of the sun. For those at the very center, there was no pain, no sound, only instantaneous vaporization. Human beings were transformed into shadows, their outlines permanently etched onto the stone steps and pavements where they stood, ghostly negatives of a life extinguished in a fraction of a second. The physical force that followed the light was a wall of destruction. A supersonic shockwave radiated outward, flattening nearly everything within a 1.6-mile radius. Wooden houses were pulverized into splinters, and brick and concrete buildings were reduced to skeletal rubble. Then came the firestorm, a self-sustaining inferno fueled by the shattered city, sucking oxygen from the surrounding atmosphere and incinerating anyone and anything that had survived the initial blast. But the most insidious and terrifying killer was the one nobody could see: radiation. The bomb released a torrent of gamma rays and neutrons, penetrating buildings and human bodies alike. People who had seemed perfectly unharmed, perhaps sheltered from the blast and heat by a lucky turn of a corner, would within hours or days begin to exhibit the grotesque symptoms of acute radiation sickness. They suffered from violent nausea, intense fever, and debilitating diarrhea. Then their hair began to fall out in clumps, and dark purple spots called petechiae appeared on their skin as their internal organs hemorrhaged and their bone marrow ceased producing white blood cells. Many died in agony, their bodies unable to fight off infections as their immune systems vanished. The official death toll from the Hiroshima bombing by the end of 1945 is estimated at 140,000, a number that includes those who perished in the blast, the fires, and from radiation sickness in the following months. Yet, despite this unprecedented demonstration of destructive power, Japan's military leadership did not immediately surrender. The Supreme War Council remained deadlocked, with a powerful faction still refusing to accept the Allies' terms for surrender, which included the condition that the Emperor, considered a living god, would be subject to an Allied Supreme Commander. This refusal led to a second, and in many ways more complex, act of nuclear horror. Just 3 days after Hiroshima, on August 9th, another B-29 boxcar took off with its own atomic payload, a plutonium bomb nicknamed Fat Man. Its primary target was the city of Kokura, but poor visibility due to smoke and haze forced the plane to divert to its secondary target, Nagasaki. The topography of this city, nestled in narrow valleys, ironically limited the bomb's destructive radius, but the effects on the ground were no less horrific. Fat Man detonated over the city's Yorokami district, a major Christian and Catholic center, instantly killing an estimated 40,000 people immediately and a total of 74,000 by the year's end. The juxtaposition of the two bombings, the first on a flat city to maximize devastation, the second on a secondary target due to weather, highlights the grim, almost clinical calculations that were now governing warfare, where entire urban populations had become variables in a strategic equation. The ethical firestorm ignited by these two bombings has raged with undiminished intensity for decades, forming one of the most profound and divisive moral debates of the 20th century. On one side is the argument of military necessity. Proponents contend that the bombs, however horrific, were the least terrible option available to end the war. By the summer of 1945, the battles for Iwo Jima and Okinawa had provided a terrifying preview of the cost of a full-scale invasion of the Japanese home islands. Japanese forces had fought with a ferocious, often suicidal tenacity, and civilian casualties on Okinawa had been staggeringly high. Allied military planners projected that an invasion of the main islands, codenamed Operation Downfall, could result in over 1 million Allied casualties and many millions of Japanese military and civilian deaths. In this view, the atomic bombs were a brutal but decisive shock that forced Emperor Hirohito to personally intervene and break the deadlock in his government, ultimately compelling a surrender and saving countless more lives on both sides than they took. The alternative, a protracted blockade and conventional bombing campaign, would have continued the agonizing, slow-motion destruction of Japan and likely led to mass starvation. The counter-argument, however, challenges this narrative at its very core. Critics point to evidence that Japan was already on the verge of collapse by August 1945. Its navy was destroyed, its air force was crippled, it was under a total naval blockade, and its cities were being systematically firebombed. The Soviet Union's declaration of war and invasion of Manchuria on August 8th is seen by many historians as an equally significant, if not more decisive, factor in forcing Japan's surrender, as it eliminated any hope of a negotiated peace through Soviet mediation. From this perspective, the atomic bombings were not a necessary evil, but an act of overwhelming and gratuitous terror. Critics argue the true motivation was twofold. First, to end the war before the Soviets could establish a strong foothold in East Asia, thereby shaping the post-war geopolitical landscape to America's advantage in the nascent Cold War, and second, to provide a live-fire demonstration of this new weapon to intimidate the Soviet Union. The fact that Nagasaki was bombed a mere 3 days after Hiroshima, before Japan had any real time to process the first event and formally surrender, is often cited as proof that the goal was not just to force a surrender, but to fully test the new arsenal and send an unambiguous message of American power to Stalin. Beyond the immediate calculus of war, the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki fundamentally broke something in the human psyche. They marked the absolute, irreversible crossing of a threshold. For the first time in history, humanity had created a weapon with the power to end its own civilization in an afternoon. The haunting, beautiful, and terrifying mushroom cloud became the defining symbol of a new era, the atomic age, an era defined not by the hope of progress, but by the sobering reality of mutually assured destruction. The survivors of the bombings, known as the Hibakusha, were left to bear not only the physical scars of radiation sickness and the psychological trauma of the event, but also the social stigma of being contaminated in their own society. Their courageous and lifelong advocacy for nuclear disarmament serves as a living testament to the unique and lasting horror these weapons represent. The debate over the necessity of the bombings will likely never be fully settled, as it forces us to confront the darkest corners of wartime decision-making. But what remains undeniable is that on those 2 days in August, the world lost its innocence. We became the custodians of our own potential extinction, living ever since under the shadow of a power we created but can never truly control, a permanent and disturbing legacy of those 2 suns that rose over Japan. But from the radioactive silence that settled over Hiroshima and Nagasaki, a different kind of division was being forged half a world away, one drawn not by physics but by a pen on a map, creating wounds that would bleed for generations. As the Second World War drew to a close, the sun was finally setting on the British Empire, and its crown jewel, the Indian subcontinent, was demanding its freedom. The movement for independence, led by figures like Mahatma Gandhi and Jawaharlal Nehru of the Indian National Congress, had reached an unstoppable crescendo. However, the dream of a single, unified nation was fracturing. For decades, Muhammad Ali Jinnah and his All India Muslim League had argued that the subcontinent's Muslim minority, numbering nearly 100 million, would be marginalized in a Hindu-majority state. They championed the idea of a separate homeland, Pakistan, the land of the pure. As the British government, exhausted by war and pressured by a rising tide of nationalist fervor, decided to grant independence, it became clear that a rushed and brutal divorce was the only exit strategy they would pursue. The man tasked with performing this surgery on a living, breathing continent was a British lawyer named Cyril Radcliffe, who had never before set foot in India. Radcliffe's mission was as impossible as it was absurd. Given just 5 weeks to draw the borders for 2 new nations, he was provided with outdated maps and census reports and worked from a secluded bungalow in Delhi, completely isolated from the millions of lives his pen would irrevocably alter. The criteria for his lines were a messy and contradictory blend of geography, district boundaries, and vague notions of religious majority. The result was a cartographic nightmare. The new border, known as the Radcliffe Line, sliced directly through the heart of the provinces of Punjab and Bengal, cutting through farms, villages, and even individual houses. A person could wake up on one side of the line in India and find their well or their family's ancestral fields suddenly in Pakistan. The maps were drawn in secret and published only 2 days after independence was officially declared on August 15, 1947, a delay that created a vacuum of information filled with rampant rumor, suspicion, and escalating terror. The people of the subcontinent were about to discover their new nationalities only after the fact, and for countless millions, the news would be catastrophic. What followed the announcement of the new borders was a descent into one of the worst convulsions of sectarian violence in human history. The division was not a peaceful separation. It was a forced, chaotic, and violent exchange of populations on a scale never before seen. In the Punjab, which bore the brunt of the horror, ancient tensions between Hindus, Muslims, and Sikhs exploded into an orgy of brutality. Entire villages were set upon by armed mobs from the other community. Men, women, and children were massacred in their homes, in their fields, and on the roads. Trains became rolling coffins. Refugee specials, packed with families fleeing to what they hoped was safety, would arrive at their destination stations silent, every single passenger inside slaughtered by attackers who had stopped the train along the way. The platforms were littered with corpses. The scale of the killing was so immense that rivers in the Punjab were said to have been clogged with bodies. By the most conservative estimates, around 1 million people lost their lives in the savagery that accompanied partition. The violence was not a side effect, it was the central, horrifying reality of the division, a brutal vivisection of a society that had lived side by side for centuries. Simultaneously, the largest mass migration in recorded history was underway. An estimated 15 million people, Hindus and Sikhs fleeing from the new Pakistan, and Muslims fleeing from the new India, grabbed whatever they could carry and set out on foot, in bullock carts and on overcrowded trains, becoming refugees in their own homeland. The image of these desperate caravans stretching for miles across the dusty plains is one of the most haunting legacies of partition. People died not just from violence, but from exhaustion, starvation, and disease along these treacherous routes. The human cost was incalculable. Families were torn apart, their members lost in the chaos, creating traumas that would be passed down through generations. The cultural and social fabric of entire regions was ripped to shreds. Lahore, a vibrant center of Punjabi culture with a large Hindu and Sikh population, became a predominantly Muslim city in Pakistan almost overnight. Delhi, the capital of India, was flooded with Hindu and Sikh refugees who transformed its demographics and its character forever. This was not a transfer of populations. It was a mutual, forced exile that emptied towns and filled new ones, creating a legacy of displacement and loss that remains a raw nerve in both nations to this day. The most poisonous and enduring consequence of this rushed and tragic division, however, was the creation of a permanent state of hostility between India and Pakistan. The conflict was literally baked into the map from the very beginning, most notoriously in the princely state of Jammu and Kashmir. This strategically located, beautiful, and Muslim-majority state was ruled by a Hindu Maharaja, Hari Singh, who initially hesitated over which country to join. His delay created a power vacuum into which Pakistani-backed tribal militias invaded, hoping to seize the territory. In a panic, the Maharaja signed an instrument of accession to India, which immediately airlifted troops to defend him. The resulting war, the first of many between the two nations, ended with the state divided by a ceasefire line, a de facto border that has been a flashpoint for conflict ever since. Kashmir became an open wound, a symbol of the unfinished business of partition. It has led to 2 more full-scale wars and countless skirmishes, fueling a brutal insurgency and a massive military occupation that continues to devastate the lives of the people living there. The nuclear tests conducted by both India and Pakistan in 1998 transformed this regional rivalry into a global concern, as the world's most bitter and intractable border dispute now had the power to escalate into a nuclear confrontation. The partition of India is therefore far more than a historical event. It is a living, breathing trauma that continues to shape the politics, culture, and psyche of South Asia. The arbitrary line drawn by Cyril Radcliffe did not just create 2 nations. It created a permanent atmosphere of suspicion, a cycle of revenge, and a foundational narrative of victimhood on both sides. The violence of 1947 established a precedent that has been difficult to escape, and the dispute over Kashmir ensures that the wounds of the division are never allowed to fully heal. The echoes of that chaotic summer can be heard in every terrorist attack, every cross-border artillery duel, and every political speech that seeks to define national identity in opposition to a perceived enemy. It stands as a devastating lesson in the dangers of imperial hubris, the explosive power of identity politics, and the profound human cost when lines are drawn on a map without any thought for the lives they are meant to contain. But if the partition of India was a chaotic and bloody division, the tragedy that unfolded next in a unified nation was a catastrophe of a very different order, one born not from division, but from a single, monolithic ideology imposed from the top down. As the 1950s drew to a close, the newly established People's Republic of China, under the absolute rule of Chairman Mao Zedong, was determined to transform itself from a poor, agrarian society into a modern communist powerhouse virtually overnight. This was the ambition behind the Great Leap Forward, a breathtakingly audacious and ultimately catastrophic social and economic campaign launched in 1958. Mao's vision was to rapidly industrialize the nation and surpass the production of capitalist countries like Great Britain and the United States. But the methods chosen to achieve this were not grounded in science or economics. They were driven by revolutionary fervor, political dogma, and a fundamental misunderstanding of the natural world, setting the stage for one of the deadliest famines in human history. At the heart of this disaster was a radical and forced transformation of Chinese agriculture. The government ordered the consolidation of individual family farms into vast collective communes. Peasants were forced to surrender their land, their tools, and even their cooking pots to the collective. Their lives were militarized, with work teams organized into brigades and regiments, laboring from dawn until dusk under the constant blare of loudspeakers broadcasting party propaganda. The most ruinous policy, however, was the focus on backyard steel furnaces. To boost industrial output, millions of peasants were diverted from harvesting crops to the impossible task of smelting steel in small, makeshift furnaces built in every village. They melted down useful metal tools, farming implements, and even cooking utensils to produce piles of low-quality, useless pig iron, while the actual harvests left unattended in the fields rotted on the stalk. The human effort that should have been dedicated to feeding the nation was being squandered on a futile industrial fantasy. Simultaneously, the government mandated a series of pseudo-scientific agricultural reforms that defied all logic. One of the most infamous was the Four Pests campaign, which targeted rats, flies, mosquitoes, and sparrows. The sparrow was designated an enemy of the state because it ate grain seeds. Across the entire country, the entire population was mobilized to eradicate them. People were ordered to bang pots and pans, create deafening noises, and scare the birds from dawn until dusk, preventing them from ever landing and forcing them to fly until they dropped dead from exhaustion. Others shot them from the sky or destroyed their nests. The campaign was a terrifying success. Sparrow populations were decimated, but the party officials had failed to understand a basic ecological principle. Sparrows did not just eat grain, they were also the primary natural predator of crop-eating insects, particularly locusts. With the sparrows gone, insect populations exploded uncontrollably. Swarms of locusts and other pests descended upon the fields, devouring the already diminished harvests with a voracity that the state could never have imagined. The attempt to control nature had backfired with a devastating, biblical-scale vengeance. While these man-made policies were systematically dismantling China's ability to feed itself, the state continued to act as if a bumper harvest was imminent. Rooted in a culture of extreme political pressure and fear, local party officials began competing with one another to report impossibly high grain production figures to their superiors. To suggest a lower, more realistic yield was to risk being branded a rightist and sent to a labor camp. This created a cascading fantasy of success, where each official inflated numbers to please the one above them, until the central government in Beijing was receiving reports of a grain surplus that simply did not exist. Believing these fabricated reports, the state then requisitioned impossibly high quotas of grain from the countryside to feed the cities, to pay back loans to the Soviet Union, and even to export abroad as a demonstration of communist success. Truck after truck rolled out of starving villages, carrying away the last reserves of seed grain that could have saved the population. The peasants were left with nothing. They had been forced to surrender their food to feed the political fiction of the Great Leap Forward. The consequences of this perfect storm of ideology, incompetence, and brutality began to manifest in the countryside with a grim and horrifying predictability. By 1959, widespread starvation had set in. At first, people ate wild plants, roots, and tree bark. Then, as the famine intensified, they consumed anything that might provide a few calories: leather, clay, and chalk. There are numerous, well-documented accounts of cannibalism, often involving the bodies of those who had already succumbed to hunger. The physical effects of starvation were absolute. People swelled with edema, a condition where the body retains fluid due to severe protein deficiency, making them appear bloated even as their muscles wasted away. They became listless, their skin growing pale and thin, their hair falling out. Entire villages were silenced, the energy for even basic conversation drained away by the constant, gnawing hunger. The social fabric disintegrated. Families abandoned their children on the roadside, hoping someone with food might find them. The old would often stop eating to save what little there was for the young. The concept of a community vanished, replaced by a desperate, individual struggle for survival against an indifferent state. The scale of the mortality is almost beyond human comprehension. Because of the government's strict control of information and the chaos of the period, exact figures are still debated by historians. However, demographic studies based on census data before and after the famine suggest a death toll ranging from a conservative 15 million to a staggering 45 million people. The most widely accepted estimates cluster around 30 million lives lost. To grasp the magnitude, this is more than the total military and civilian casualties of the entire First World War, all occurring within a span of just 3 years. It was a demographic catastrophe that emptied villages and left vast regions of the Chinese countryside quiet and lifeless, a silent monument to failed policy. Perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the entire tragedy was the Chinese government's response, or more accurately, its lack thereof. Despite clear evidence of the unfolding disaster, the party leadership, and Mao Zedong in particular, refused to acknowledge the famine. To admit failure would be to admit the flaws in the core ideology of the Great Leap Forward. Instead, the official line remained one of triumphant success. Any official who reported on the famine was purged. Food relief was not sent to the hardest-hit areas, as that would contradict the narrative of a record harvest. The state's propaganda apparatus continued to churn out images of happy, well-fed peasants, while in reality, millions were dying. This was not just a failure to act, it was an active, willful denial of reality that prolonged the suffering and multiplied the deaths. The Great Chinese Famine stands as one of history's most chilling examples of how a powerful, unaccountable state, driven by a rigid ideology and a leader's hubris, can become an engine of mass death, not through malice, but through a lethal combination of dogmatic fantasy, ecological ignorance, and a brutal indifference to the suffering of its own people. But from the immense state-enforced silence of the Great Chinese Famine, we now travel across the Pacific to a moment of shocking public violence that would fracture the American soul. The date was November 22, 1963. The setting was Dallas, Texas, where President John F. Kennedy, the vibrant embodiment of a new, youthful post-war America, was riding in an open-top limousine through cheering crowds under a brilliant noon sun. His wife, Jacqueline, in her iconic pink suit, sat beside him. The atmosphere was one of triumphant political theater. Then, as the motorcade turned onto Elm Street, passing the looming, brick-faced Texas school book depository, the narrative of American optimism was shattered by the crack of a rifle. The first shot may have missed. The second was the one that would be endlessly analyzed, a shot that struck the president in the back and exited his throat. In that instant, President Kennedy raised his hands to his neck, his face a mask of confusion and shock. The final, horrific shot came seconds later, a direct hit to the head, exploding in a pink cloud of blood and brain matter. Jacqueline Kennedy, in a moment of primal, gut-wrenching instinct, scrambled onto the trunk of the speeding car, reaching for a piece of her husband's skull as a Secret Service agent lunged to pull her back inside. The limousine accelerated, racing to Parkland Memorial Hospital, but the wound was catastrophic. The promise of Camelot was extinguished in a span of 6.9 seconds. The chaos that erupted in Dealey Plaza was a microcosm of a nation's psyche being torn apart. As the president's car sped away, the cheering crowds dissolved into screams and confusion. People hit the ground, unsure of where the shots had come from. Police officers scrambled up the grassy knoll, chasing phantoms. Within the book depository, a clerk named Howard Brennan had looked up and seen a man with a rifle in a sixth-floor window firing the final shot. This description would lead to the identification and arrest just 70 minutes later of a former Marine and defector to the Soviet Union named Lee Harvey Oswald. The nation, glued to its television sets in a way never before seen, was then subjected to another surreal shock 2 days later. As Oswald was being transferred between jails, a Dallas nightclub owner named Jack Ruby stepped out of a crowd of reporters and police and shot him point blank, live on national television. The murderer of the president was now himself murdered, silencing the one person who could have provided a definitive explanation. This public execution, broadcast into millions of living rooms, felt less like justice and more like the closing of a curtain, a seamless, horrifying transition from one inexplicable act of violence to another. The immediate impact on the American spirit was profound and permanent. John F. Kennedy had represented a specific kind of hope, the torch being passed to a new generation, the vigor of the space race, the intellectual glamour of his administration. His murder felt like a theft of that future. The image of his young son, John, saluting his father's coffin as it rolled down Pennsylvania Avenue became an enduring icon of innocence lost. For 4 days, the country ceased its normal functions, enveloped in a shared, televised state of mourning. The dominant emotion was not just grief, but a deep, unsettling disorientation. If the president, protected by the full might of the Secret Service, could be killed in broad daylight on a city street, then what was safe? The foundational sense of post-war security and progress was replaced by a creeping national anxiety, a suspicion that the world was not the orderly, manageable place it had seemed just days before. In an attempt to restore order and provide answers, President Lyndon B. Johnson established the Warren Commission, a blue-ribbon panel of esteemed politicians and officials to conduct a thorough investigation. After 10 months, the commission issued its landmark report, concluding that Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone, firing 3 shots from the 6th-floor window of the book depository. A single, pristine bullet, dubbed Commission Exhibit 399, was entered into evidence as the key to their theory. This one projectile, the commission argued, was responsible for wounding both President Kennedy and Texas Governor John Connally, who was seated directly in front of him in the limousine. To account for the 7 non-fatal wounds in both men, the commission proposed the trajectory of the single bullet theory, a path that required the bullet to have passed through Kennedy's back and throat, then into Connally's back, out of his chest, through his right wrist, and finally embed itself in his left thigh. The bullet itself was found on a stretcher at Parkland Hospital, nearly perfectly intact, showing little deformation. To many Americans, this scenario stretched the bounds of physics and credulity, and it was here, in the gap between the official explanation and common sense, that the modern American conspiracy theory was born. The magic bullet, as critics immediately labeled it, became the central pillar of doubt upon which an entire industry of alternative explanations was built. How could one bullet cause so many wounds and emerge virtually unscathed? Skeptics argued the trajectory was impossible, pointing to the alignment of the men in the car and the Zapruder film, the amateur home movie that captured the assassination in gut-wrenching detail. The film appeared to show Kennedy and Connally reacting to being hit at distinctly different moments, contradicting the single bullet timeline. This single point of contention opened the floodgates. If the government's story about the bullet was flawed, what else were they hiding? theories blossomed with a ferocious complexity, pointing to a vast array of potential conspirators. Some implicated the CIA, angered by Kennedy's handling of the Bay of Pigs invasion and his perceived softness on Cuba. Others pointed to the mafia, seeking revenge for Attorney General Robert Kennedy's relentless prosecutions. A powerful and persistent theory involved elements of the military-industrial complex, fearful that Kennedy would withdraw from Vietnam. And woven through many of these was the idea of a second shooter, firing from the infamous grassy knoll in front of the motorcade, based on countless witness reports of smoke and the sound of gunfire originating from that direction. The official conclusion of a lone, troubled gunman felt to a grieving and suspicious public like an impossibly neat and insufficient answer to a world-shattering crime. The most enduring legacy of the Kennedy assassination, therefore, is not the murder itself, but the deep and lasting crack it created in the foundation of public trust. The Warren Commission, intended to be the final, authoritative word, instead became a symbol of institutional failure and obfuscation for millions. For the first time on such a massive scale, the official story was not just questioned, it was actively and passionately rejected by a significant portion of the citizenry. This event marked a fundamental shift from a culture that largely trusted its leaders to one that was learning to be skeptical of power. It ushered in an era of pervasive suspicion where every subsequent national tragedy, from the murders of Martin Luther King Jr. and Robert Kennedy to the attacks of September 11th, would be immediately scrutinized through the lens of a potential hidden plot, the death of John F. Kennedy broke the narrative of American exceptionalism and innocence, replacing it with a more cynical, complicated, and paranoid national identity, one where the question, who killed JFK, became less about finding one man and more about a permanent, unsettling doubt in the stories we are told. In the wake of the unimaginable suffering of the Great Leap Forward, one might have expected a period of national reflection and cautious reform in China. Instead, Chairman Mao Zedong, feeling his personal power and ideological control were slipping within the Communist Party, chose to unleash a different kind of storm, one that targeted not the bodies of the populace, but their very minds and the soul of their civilization. This was the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, a decade-long convulsion that began in 1966, and its weapon of choice was the nation's own youth. From the halls of Beijing's universities to the middle schools in every province, Mao called upon young students to rise up and become his Red Guards, his shock troops in a brutal campaign to tear down the existing power structures and reignite the revolutionary flame. His famous directive, "Bombard the headquarters," was not a call for military action, but a declaration of war on his own party, his own government, and ultimately on 5,000 years of Chinese culture itself. The Red Guards, wearing their iconic green army-style jackets and red armbands, answered the call with a terrifying, fanatical fervor. They were given free train passage across the country, and most crucially, a mandate to challenge all authority, creating a state of sanctioned anarchy where the only law was the whims of the young and the politically pure. The first and most visible targets of this fervor were the so-called Four Olds: old ideas, old culture, old customs, and old habits. This vague and all-encompassing directive became a license for a systematic campaign of cultural obliteration. The Red Guards ransacked temples, museums, and libraries, destroying countless artifacts they deemed feudal or bourgeois. Ancient temples had their statues defaced and their scriptures burned. Family heirlooms, classical paintings, and centuries-old books were tossed onto roaring bonfires in the public squares. The physical landscape of China's history was being methodically erased. In Beijing, the Red Guards even attacked the centuries-old graves of the Ming emperors, desecrating the tombs and dragging the remains of the long-dead rulers through the streets. This was more than vandalism. It was a deliberate attempt to sever the Chinese people from their past, to create a population with no history, no memory, and no identity other than that prescribed by Mao Zedong. It was a profound psychological assault on the nation's collective heritage, a calculated effort to build a new communist man on a foundation of cultural ashes. But the destruction of objects was merely a prelude to the persecution of people. The Red Guards compiled lists of class enemies, intellectuals, teachers, artists, and even veteran party officials who were now branded capitalist roaders. These individuals were subjected to daily, ritualized humiliation in what were called struggle sessions. They were dragged from their homes, forced to wear dunce caps and placards around their necks listing their supposed crimes, and paraded before screaming crowds. They were beaten, kicked, and forced into painful stress positions for hours on end, all while being forced to confess to absurd and fabricated crimes. University professors, the nation's most brilliant minds, were made to clean toilets with their bare hands. Scientists were forced to recount their life's work as bourgeois pseudoscience. The violence was not just physical, it was designed to utterly break the spirit, to dismantle the very concept of dignity and expertise. In a deeply Confucian society that had for millennia revered scholars and elders, this inversion of the natural order was profoundly disturbing. Children were encouraged to denounce their own parents, students to torture their teachers, creating a society where no bond of family or respect was safe from the corrosive acid of political suspicion. The economic and social consequences of this decade of chaos were catastrophic. With universities and schools shut down for years, an entire generation lost its chance for an education. This was the infamous lost generation, whose intellectual development was sacrificed on the altar of permanent revolution. Factories, too, were often paralyzed as managers were purged and workers divided into warring factions. The economy, still reeling from the Great Leap Forward, stagnated further as production took a backseat to endless political campaigns and violent infighting between different Red Guard factions, which eventually turned their weapons on each other. The initial unity of attacking the Four Olds dissolved into a chaotic civil war among the revolutionaries themselves, a grim demonstration of how a movement built on pure destruction inevitably begins to consume itself. By the time Mao finally called in the People's Liberation Army in the early 1970s to suppress the very Red Guards he had created, the country was exhausted, traumatized, and teetering on the brink of total collapse. The deepest and most enduring legacy of the Cultural Revolution, however, is the psychological scar it left on hundreds of millions of Chinese people. It normalized betrayal, institutionalized violence, and shattered the basic trust that holds any society together. The experience taught an entire population to guard their thoughts, to fear their neighbors, and to perform a rigid, unquestioning loyalty in public while nursing private fears and resentments. This created a culture of deep political cynicism and pervasive silence, a social trauma that has been passed down through generations. Even today, the Communist Party of China refuses to conduct a full accounting of the period, treating it as a sensitive and largely unmentionable chapter in its history. This official silence prevents a national reckoning and ensures that the wounds remain open, festering beneath the surface of China's modern economic miracle. The Cultural Revolution stands as one of history's most extreme and unsettling experiments in social engineering, a chilling lesson in what happens when the instruments of the state are turned not just against a segment of the population, but against the very pillars of knowledge, culture, and human decency itself. It was a self-inflicted wound on a civilization, a decade where a country tried to murder its own past in the desperate, doomed hope of forging a perfect future. Yet this careful, state-enforced assault on the mind stands in stark contrast to a horror that would erupt just a few decades later, one defined not by slow, ideological erosion, but by an explosion of raw, primal violence that achieved industrial efficiency with the simplest of tools. The Rwandan genocide of 1994 remains one of the most concentrated and terrifyingly intimate massacres in human history. For 100 days from April to July, the small, picturesque nation of Rwanda, known as the Land of a Thousand Hills, became a slaughterhouse. The roots of the conflict were colonial, a poisonous legacy left by Belgian rulers who had rigidly codified a fluid social distinction between the majority Hutu and minority Tutsi populations, issuing identity cards and promoting the Tutsi as a superior race. After independence, decades of resentment and political tension simmered, with the Hutu-led government often scapegoating the Tutsi. This volatile mix needed only a spark, and it came on April 6, 1994, when a plane carrying Rwandan President Juvenal Habyarimana, a Hutu, was shot down over the capital, Kigali. The extremists in his own government immediately blamed the Tutsi rebel group, the Rwandan Patriotic Front, and used the assassination as the pretext to launch a long-planned final solution. The killing machine was set in motion with breathtaking speed and chilling organization. Roadblocks made of tires, stones, and tree branches sprang up on nearly every street in Kigali and every path in the countryside. These were not mere checkpoints, they were execution sites manned not just by soldiers and militia, but by ordinary citizens, neighbors, co-workers, and even former friends who had been mobilized and incited to kill. The primary weapon was not a sophisticated firearm, but the ubiquitous machete, a common farm tool turned into an instrument of genocide. The intimacy of the violence was its most disturbing hallmark. Murder was not carried out from a distance by faceless soldiers. It was a hands-on, face-to-face butchery. Killers often knew their victims by name. People were hunted down in churches, hospitals, and schools, places where they had sought sanctuary, only to find them transformed into death traps. Priests were implicated in massacring their own congregations. The scale of the killing was so immense and the pace so relentless that rivers downstream in neighboring countries became clogged with bodies, a grisly testament to the efficiency of the carnage. This descent into absolute barbarism was not a spontaneous outburst of ancient hatred. It was meticulously orchestrated and fueled by a relentless propaganda campaign, most notably broadcast over the airwaves of Radio-Télévision Libre des Mille Collines, or RTLM. This station, mixing popular music with genocidal incitement, became the soundtrack to the slaughter. Day and night, announcers referred to Tutsi as inyenzi, cockroaches, dehumanizing them completely and calling for their extermination. The radio broadcasts provided instructions, naming specific individuals to be hunted down, and celebrated the work being done. In a society with high rates of illiteracy, the radio's voice held immense power, turning neighbor against neighbor and creating a frenzied atmosphere where participation in the killing was normalized as a civic duty. The propaganda was so effective that many perpetrators later claimed they were simply following orders, swept up in a collective madness engineered from above. While Rwanda drowned in blood, the international community stood by and watched, its inaction forming one of the most shameful chapters in modern diplomacy. The United Nations already had a small peacekeeping force known as UNAMIR on the ground, led by the Canadian Force Commander Romeo Dallaire. Months before the genocide, Dallaire had sent a desperate cable to UN headquarters warning of weapons caches and a plan to exterminate Tutsi, pleading for authorization to raid them and prevent the coming catastrophe. His request was denied. When the killing began, the UN Security Council, led by nations including the United States, which was still reeling from the Black Hawk Down incident in Somalia, voted not to reinforce the mission but to drastically reduce it. The word genocide was deliberately avoided by world leaders because under international law, its acknowledgement would have obliged them to act. Instead, they debated semantics as people were being chopped to pieces. The world's most powerful nations turned away, their failure to intervene a stark lesson in how geopolitical calculations and a reluctance to risk soldiers' lives can lead to moral abdication on a colossal scale. The genocide only ended when the Tutsi-led Rwandan Patriotic Front, which had been fighting a civil war against the government, finally fought its way to victory and seized control of the country in mid-July. By then, an estimated 800,000 people, predominantly Tutsi, but also moderate Hutus who tried to protect them, had been murdered. The aftermath was a nation utterly shattered. The physical and psychological devastation was incomprehensible. Nearly every single survivor had witnessed unspeakable atrocities or lost their entire family. The justice system was non-existent, with the prisons overflowing with tens of thousands of accused perpetrators. In response, Rwanda revived a traditional community justice system known as Gacaca to attempt to process the immense backlog of cases and foster a form of reconciliation by having communities confront the truth of what had happened in their own villages. The legacy of those 100 days is a permanent scar. Rwanda's journey toward recovery and its current state of strict governance and remarkable economic growth cannot be separated from the profound, searing trauma of a society that looked into the abyss and saw the face of its own neighbor. The Rwandan genocide stands as the ultimate, terrifying proof that civilization is not a permanent state, but a fragile veneer. It demonstrates how quickly a modern state, armed with propaganda and the mobilization of ordinary citizens, can descend into an orgy of primal violence, and how the world, when confronted with such evil, can simply choose to look away. The morning of September 11, 2001, dawned with a crisp, brilliant blue sky over the eastern seaboard of the United States, a day so perfect it felt like a promise. For millions, it was the start of an ordinary Tuesday, but for 19 terrorists from the extremist group Al-Qaeda, it was the chosen moment to execute a plan of breathtaking audacity and cruelty, a series of coordinated attacks designed to strike at the very symbols of American economic, military, and political power. At 8:46 in the morning, American Airlines Flight 11, a Boeing 767 hijacked after taking off from Boston, was deliberately flown into the North Tower of the World Trade Center in New York City. The impact was a fiery, thunderous explosion that tore a gaping hole across multiple floors, instantly trapping hundreds of office workers above the point of impact and sending a shower of glass and steel onto the streets below. Initially, to a horrified nation watching on live television, it seemed like a freak, catastrophic accident. But then, just 17 minutes later, as news cameras were fixed on the burning North Tower, a second plane, United Airlines Flight 175, appeared on the screen and sliced directly into the South Tower. In that single, horrifying moment, any doubt vanished. America was under attack. The attacks were not confined to New York. At 9:37, a third hijacked plane, American Airlines Flight 77, was flown directly into the western face of the Pentagon, the headquarters of the U.S. Department of Defense just outside Washington, D.C. The impact caused a section of the massive building to collapse, killing 184 people, both military personnel and civilians working inside the nation's nerve center for its armed forces. A fourth plane, United Airlines Flight 93, was also hijacked, its likely target either the U.S. Capitol building or the White House. But the passengers on that flight, having learned of the other attacks through phone calls to loved ones, made a collective, heroic decision to fight back. Their rebellion, captured in cockpit voice recordings, culminated in the plane crashing into an empty field in Shanksville, Pennsylvania at 10:03, killing all on board but saving an untold number of lives on the ground. Their sacrifice remains one of the few rays of light in a day of unmitigated darkness. Back in Lower Manhattan, the world watched a nightmare unfold in real time. The Twin Towers, symbols of global financial might, were now infernos burning from thousands of gallons of jet fuel. People trapped on the upper floors, faced with the unbearable choice between fire and smoke or a fall from 1,000 feet, began to jump, their bodies falling through the clear sky, a sight so profoundly disturbing that many news anchors could barely speak. Then at 9:59, the South Tower, its structural integrity fatally compromised by the intense heat, began to crumble. It did not tip over. It collapsed in on itself in a terrifying, rolling avalanche of steel and concrete, a massive cloud of gray dust and debris chasing people through the canyons of the city. 29 minutes later, the North Tower followed, disappearing from the skyline in a similar cataclysmic roar. The collapse of the Twin Towers sent a suffocating plume of toxic dust and smoke billowing through the streets, turning day into night and leaving survivors covered in a ghostly white powder, stumbling through an apocalyptic landscape. The immediate human toll was staggering. 2,977 people from over 90 countries were killed in the attacks, including the 411 emergency workers, firefighters, police officers, and paramedics who had raced into the towers while everyone else was racing out. The geopolitical aftermath was swift and transformative. The attacks were masterminded by Osama bin Laden, the leader of al-Qaeda, who was operating under the protection of the Taliban regime in Afghanistan. In response, President George W. Bush declared a global war on terror, a vast and open-ended military, political, and legal campaign against terrorist organizations and their state sponsors. In October 2001, a U.S.-led coalition invaded Afghanistan with the goals of dismantling al-Qaeda and toppling the Taliban government. This initial action was widely supported by the international community and NATO allies. However, the scope of the war expanded dramatically in 2003 when the United States and a coalition of the willing, based on disputed intelligence about weapons of mass destruction, invaded Iraq and toppled the regime of Saddam Hussein. This second war proved deeply divisive globally, lacked a clear UN mandate, and would lead to a protracted insurgency, the rise of sectarian violence, and the eventual emergence of the Islamic State, creating a power vacuum that destabilized the entire region for years. Perhaps the most profound and personal impact of 9/11, however, was the way it reshaped the very fabric of daily life and the relationship between citizen and state in the 21st century. The pervasive sense of vulnerability led to the creation of a massive new federal bureaucracy, the Department of Homeland Security, and the passage of sweeping surveillance legislation like the USA Patriot Act, which greatly expanded the government's authority to monitor communications and financial transactions. Airport security was completely overhauled, transforming from a relatively relaxed process into the high security, often invasive experience we know today with the creation of the Transportation Security Administration. A new culture of suspicion took hold, often leading to heightened prejudice and discrimination against Muslim communities and people of Middle Eastern descent. The world had entered a new era defined by a permanent, low-grade anxiety, where any unattended bag could be a threat, and the phrase "see something, say something" became a civic mantra. The post-Cold War optimism of the 1990s, the so-called end of history, was utterly shattered, replaced by a new paradigm of asymmetric warfare, religious extremism, and a deep-seated debate over the delicate balance between security and liberty that continues to define our world. The attacks of September 11th did not just destroy buildings and claim lives, they fractured our sense of reality, proving that the borders and armies of a superpower were no longer enough to protect it from a new, stateless enemy armed with nothing more than box cutters and a fanatical will to die. Yet even the man-made horrors of terrorism and genocide could not prepare the world for the sheer, raw power of nature when it chose to remind humanity of its true place in the planetary order. On the morning of December 26, 2004, one of the most powerful forces ever recorded was gathering deep beneath the Indian Ocean. Just off the western coast of northern Sumatra, a titanic rupture was occurring along the Sunda Trench, where the Indian tectonic plate is being forced beneath the Burma plate. The built-up stress was so immense that when the fault finally gave way, it did not slip gently. It tore. For nearly 10 minutes, the seafloor along a 795-mile-long section lurched upward by as much as 50 feet, displacing an unimaginable volume of water. This was not merely an earthquake, it was a planet-scale event, a magnitude 9.1 megathrust quake that released energy equivalent to 23,000 Hiroshima-type atomic bombs. It was so powerful that it literally vibrated the entire Earth, triggering smaller quakes as far away as Alaska and slightly altering the planet's rotation. But the true cataclysm was only just beginning its journey. That sudden, colossal displacement of the ocean floor generated a series of tsunamis, not single waves but walls of water that began racing outward in all directions across the Indian Ocean at the speed of a jet airliner, over 500 miles per hour. For the first hour or two, the true scale of the impending disaster was invisible. In the deep ocean, these waves were only a foot or two high, passing unnoticed beneath ships. But as they approached the shallow coastal shelves, their energy compressed and they transformed into monsters. The first and most brutal impact was on the northern tip of Sumatra, in the Indonesian province of Aceh. Here, the waves had not yet begun to disperse their energy. They struck with their full, concentrated fury. Within minutes of the earthquake, a wall of water, in some places reaching a height of 100 feet, slammed into the coastline. It was not a wave in the traditional sense, but a black, churning torrent of debris and ocean that acted more like a massive flash flood. It scoured the land clean for up to 3 miles inland, obliterating everything in its path. Entire villages were simply erased from the map. Concrete buildings were shattered into piles of rubble, and cars were tossed like toys. The death toll in Aceh alone was apocalyptic, with over 160,000 people killed in a single, terrifying morning. Then, the waves radiated outward, following the ocean's contours and striking coastlines thousands of miles away with devastating effect. Our animated maps show these relentless waves spreading like a poison across the ocean basin. About 90 minutes after the earthquake, they reached Sri Lanka and the eastern coast of India. Here, the waves, though not as tall as in Aceh, were still terrifyingly powerful, reaching up to 30 feet high. In Sri Lanka, a passenger train, the Queen of the Sea, was struck by the tsunami and derailed, killing over 1,700 people in what became one of the single worst rail disasters in history. In India, fishing communities along the Tamil Nadu coast were annihilated, with countless boats and livelihoods destroyed in an instant. The waves then curved around the southern tip of Sri Lanka and continued westward, slamming into the Maldives and eventually reaching the coast of Somalia in East Africa, over 2,800 miles from the earthquake's epicenter, claiming lives even there. Perhaps the most globally televised aspect of the disaster was its impact on the tourist beaches of Thailand. Resorts in places like Phuket and Khao Lak were filled with international tourists enjoying a holiday morning. Many visitors, intrigued by the sudden, dramatic recession of the ocean that exposed the seafloor and stranded fish, walked out to investigate, unaware that this eerie phenomenon was the tsunami's signature, the ocean drawing a deep breath before it exhaled its destructive force. Minutes later, the first wave arrived, a churning brown surge that smashed through bungalows, swimming pools, and open-air restaurants. The haunting amateur videos from that day capture the surreal horror, vacationers running in panic as the water overtakes them. The peaceful paradise transformed in seconds into a deadly, chaotic soup of water, splintered wood, and overturned vehicles. The international nature of these victims, from Sweden, Germany, Britain, and Australia, meant that the tragedy was felt acutely and personally in living rooms across the Western world, making the distant disaster intimately real. The final human cost was of a scale that defies easy comprehension. Over 230,000 people were confirmed dead or missing across 14 countries. Millions more were left homeless, their communities, economies, and social structures shattered. It was the deadliest tsunami in recorded history and one of the deadliest natural disasters of any kind. But from this profound darkness emerged a story of global connection that was equally unprecedented. The worldwide humanitarian response was immediate and monumental. Governments, international aid agencies, and private citizens donated billions of dollars. Military assets from the United States, India, and Australia, among others, were swiftly deployed to form one of the largest relief operations ever assembled, delivering food, water, and medical supplies to isolated and devastated regions. This massive, coordinated effort highlighted a new kind of global village, one bound not just by shared vulnerability to disaster, but by a collective capacity for compassion and action. The disaster also served as a brutal wake-up call, exposing the tragic lack of a tsunami warning system in the Indian Ocean, a lack that cost tens of thousands of lives. In its aftermath, a comprehensive system of seabed sensors and buoys was rapidly established, ensuring that never again would a coastline be caught so completely by surprise. The 2004 Indian Ocean earthquake and tsunami was therefore a terrifying demonstration of nature's absolute power, but the response to it revealed humanity's potential for a unified, empathetic response, forging a global commitment to vigilance and mutual aid from the depths of an almost unimaginable tragedy. And so, after the raw power of tectonic plates and tsunamis, we arrive at a disaster that was entirely of our own making, a crisis that emerged not from the Earth's crust, but from the abstract, labyrinthine world of high finance. The global financial crisis of 2007 to 2008 stands as a chillingly different kind of disturbance. It was not marked by the thunder of falling towers or the roar of a firestorm, but by the silent, cascading failure of computer models and the quiet hum of panic on trading floors. This was a collapse born in the very heart of the system that was supposed to guarantee modern prosperity, a man-made earthquake that shook the global economy to its core and revealed a terrifying fragility behind the facade of endless growth. The story begins not with a bang, but with a seemingly simple and noble idea, the American dream of homeownership. For decades, this was a cornerstone of stability. But in the early 2000s, fueled by historically low interest rates and a booming housing market, the rules began to change. Lenders, eager to generate more and more loans, began offering mortgages to people with poor credit, unstable incomes, or no documentation at all. These were known as subprime mortgages. The initial lenders often didn't hold onto these risky loans for long. Instead, they sold them off to large investment banks on Wall Street. This process, known as securitization, was the first critical step in creating a time bomb. The investment banks would then bundle thousands of these individual mortgages together into complex new financial products called mortgage-backed securities. Think of it like this: if a single mortgage is one apple, a mortgage-backed security is a fruit salad made from thousands of apples, some fresh, some already starting to rot. The banks would then slice this fruit salad into different tiers or tranches and sell these slices to investors all around the world: pension funds, foreign governments, and other banks. The top tier was supposed to be the safest, made of the best slices, while the bottom tier was the riskiest, filled with the mushiest fruit. The entire system was built on a single, dangerous assumption that housing prices would always go up. As long as that was true, everyone could keep making money, but the financial engineers on Wall Street were not done. To make these mortgage-backed securities even more appealing and to get around pesky regulations, they created something even more complex and opaque: the credit default swap. This was not an investment, but a form of insurance. An investor who bought a mortgage-backed security could then go to a company like the insurance giant AIG and, for a regular fee, purchase a credit default swap as a policy against that security defaulting. It was a bet that the fruit salad would go bad. Here's where the system became truly unhinged. You didn't even need to own the underlying security to buy a credit default swap on it. This meant that speculators could place massive bets on the failure of the housing market without ever owning a single house or mortgage. It was like allowing someone to take out a life insurance policy on a complete stranger, a perverse incentive where the death of the patient becomes more valuable than their survival. The market for these swaps exploded into a multi-trillion-dollar shadow banking system, a web of interconnected bets that virtually no one, not even the CEOs of the banks involved, fully understood. The entire global financial system was now sitting on a foundation of debt that was being insured by companies that could never possibly cover the losses if that foundation cracked. And then it cracked, starting in 2006 after years of unsustainable growth. U.S. housing prices peaked and began to fall. Homeowners with subprime adjustable-rate mortgages suddenly found they could not afford their new, higher payments, especially as their homes were now worth less than their loans. Foreclosures skyrocketed. The fruit salad, it turned out, was mostly rotten. The complex mortgage-backed securities built on these failing loans plummeted in value, triggering massive losses for the investors who held them. This, in turn, activated the nightmare of the credit default swaps. Companies like AIG, which had sold billions of dollars worth of this insurance without setting aside sufficient capital, now faced claims they could not possibly pay. The trust that is the lifeblood of the financial system instantly evaporated. Banks, unsure of which of their counterparts were holding these toxic assets, became terrified of lending to each other. The credit markets, the system that businesses large and small rely on for everyday operations, froze solid. It was a cardiac arrest for the global economy. The symbolic heart attack came on September 15, 2008, with the collapse of the investment bank Lehman Brothers. Despite desperate attempts to find a buyer or secure a government bailout, the U.S. Treasury and the Federal Reserve decided to let the 158-year-old firm fail, believing it would teach the market a lesson. It was a catastrophic miscalculation. Lehman's bankruptcy was the largest in American history, and it acted like a detonator, setting off a chain reaction of pure panic. The very next day, the giant reserve fund, which was supposed to be as safe as cash, broke the buck, meaning its value fell below $1 per share, sparking a modern-day run on the entire financial system. Terrified investors and corporations began pulling their money out of any institution that seemed remotely risky. The images were surreal, not crowds of people outside bank doors, but digital bank runs happening at the speed of light as electronic transfers drained billions from the system in hours. The Dow Jones Industrial Average went into freefall, losing over 700 points in a single day. The world watched, stunned, as the architecture of modern capitalism seemed to be collapsing in real time. Faced with an utter meltdown, governments around the world were forced to intervene on a scale never before seen. In the United States, the Bush administration pushed through the $700 billion Troubled Asset Relief Program, or TARP, to essentially bail out the banks by purchasing their toxic assets and injecting them with capital. It was a bitter pill for the public to swallow. The very institutions whose greed and recklessness had caused the crisis were being saved with taxpayer money, while ordinary people were losing their jobs, their homes, and their life savings. The Federal Reserve slashed interest rates to zero and began a new policy known as quantitative easing, creating trillions of dollars out of thin air to pump into the financial system and keep it afloat. In Europe, countries like Greece, Ireland, and Spain were plunged into sovereign debt crises, requiring their own massive international bailouts and leading to years of painful austerity measures that crippled public services and fueled social unrest. The aftermath of the crisis left a landscape of profound and lasting damage. Globally, it wiped out an estimated $19 trillion in household wealth. In the United States alone, nearly 9 million people lost their jobs, and over 4 million families lost their homes to foreclosure. The psychological impact was just as deep. The crisis shattered the public's faith in financial institutions, in regulatory bodies, and in the very idea that the economic system was fundamentally sound or fair. It exposed a culture of rampant greed and a shocking lack of accountability, as almost no high-level executives faced criminal prosecution for their role in the disaster. The Great Recession that followed created a lost generation of workers, deepened political polarization and planted the seeds of populist anger that would reshape politics in the United States and Europe for the next decade. The global financial crisis was disturbing not because it was an act of God or a foreign invasion, but because it was a self-inflicted wound. It proved that our most complex and vital systems could be brought to their knees not by an external enemy, but by their own internal contradictions, a house of cards built on a foundation of debt, speculation, and blind faith, waiting for the slightest breeze to bring it all crashing down. Yet the financial tremors of a man-made system were a stark prelude to a disaster where the Earth itself would deliver a blow of almost unimaginable force, triggering a chain of failures that would challenge humanity's confidence in its own technological mastery. On March 11, 2011, the Pacific tectonic plate, relentlessly sliding beneath the North American plate, finally ruptured in a cataclysm 80 miles off the eastern coast of Japan. This was the Tohoku earthquake, a magnitude 9.0 mega-thrust event, the most powerful ever recorded in Japan, and the fourth most powerful in the world since modern record-keeping began. The shaking lasted for an agonizing 6 minutes, a violent lurching that shifted the entire main island of Honshu by 8 feet and even altered the Earth's axis. Skyscrapers in Tokyo, hundreds of miles away, swayed like metronomes, but the earthquake, for all its terrifying power, was merely the opening act. The true menace was already racing westward, invisible and silent, across the deep ocean. The force of the undersea rupture displaced a colossal volume of water, generating a series of massive tsunamis. Traveling at the speed of a jetliner, these waves reached the Japanese coastline in less than an hour. The seawalls protecting the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant, a complex of 6 reactors operated by the Tokyo Electric Power Company, were designed to withstand a tsunami of about 18.7 feet. The wave that slammed into the facility that afternoon was over 46 feet high, a black, churning wall of ocean that utterly overwhelmed all defensive measures. It easily swept over the seawall, flooding the entire site and disabling the critical power systems. The tsunami water swamped the diesel generators located in the basements of the reactor buildings, which were meant to provide backup electricity to run the essential cooling systems for the reactors in the event of a power outage. With both the main electrical grid and the backup generators knocked out simultaneously, the plant was plunged into a station blackout, a catastrophic loss of all power that marked the beginning of an inescapable descent into disaster. Inside the reactors, the nuclear fuel, even after the control rods were inserted to halt the fission reaction, continues to generate immense heat from radioactive decay. Without a constant flow of water to carry this heat away, the fuel begins to melt. At Fukushima, with the cooling pumps silent, the water in the reactor cores began to boil away, exposing the uranium fuel rods. As the temperature soared past 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, the zirconium cladding on the fuel rods reacted with the superheated steam, producing explosive hydrogen gas. The desperate, last-ditch efforts of the plant workers, the so-called Fukushima 50, were heroic but ultimately futile against the relentless physics of the meltdown. They fought to inject seawater into the reactors using fire engines, a last resort measure that would ruin the reactors forever, but was the only option left to try and cool them. It was not enough. In the days that followed, a series of terrifying hydrogen explosions ripped through the outer buildings of reactors 1, 3, and 4. The massive blast at Reactor 3 was particularly violent, captured on camera and sending a plume of debris high into the air, a visual testament to the ferocious power trapped inside. The explosions shattered the remaining containment structures, opening a direct path to the atmosphere. The result was a massive release of radioactive materials into the environment. Cesium-137, iodine-131, and other dangerous isotopes were carried by the wind and deposited across the surrounding farmland and out into the Pacific Ocean. The Japanese government was forced to declare an ever-widening evacuation zone, eventually displacing over 150,000 people from their homes, many of whom would never be able to return. The images of abandoned towns, frozen in time with calendars still open to March 2011, became haunting symbols of a landscape rendered uninhabitable by an invisible poison. The contamination of the ocean led to bans on fishing, devastating local livelihoods and creating a persistent anxiety about the safety of seafood. The cleanup operation has proven to be a task of Sisyphean proportions, projected to take decades and cost hundreds of billions of dollars, a permanent, open wound on the side of the nation. The Fukushima disaster sent a seismic shockwave through the global energy sector, forcing a profound and immediate re-evaluation of nuclear power. Germany, in a policy reversal known as the Energiewende, announced it would phase out all of its nuclear reactors by 2022, turning instead to a massive investment in renewable energy. Other nations, from Switzerland to Italy, followed suit, shelving plans for new nuclear plants. The disaster served as a brutal reminder that even the most advanced technological systems are ultimately at the mercy of the natural world, and that the hubris of fail-safe design could be catastrophically humbled by a force of nature that exceeded all historical predictions. Fukushima became a modern tragedy, a stark lesson in the limits of human control, where the very technology harnessed to power our civilization became, in a matter of hours, its greatest liability, leaving behind a legacy of radioactive ghost towns and a world forced to once again weigh the immense promise of atomic energy against its terrifying and potentially eternal risks. Yet even the seismic shocks of Fukushima could not prepare humanity for a threat that would emerge not from the earth or the financial markets, but from within ourselves, a microscopic adversary that would exploit our global connectedness with devastating efficiency. The story of the COVID-19 pandemic begins in late 2019 in the city of Wuhan, China, with a cluster of unusual pneumonia cases linked to a local wet market. The culprit was quickly identified as a novel coronavirus, officially named SARS-CoV-2. This was a new pathogen, meaning the entire global population had no pre-existing immunity to it, making it a tinderbox waiting for a spark. Despite initial attempts at containment, the virus's combination of stealthy transmission, often by people showing no symptoms, and the sheer volume of international travel allowed it to hopscotch across the globe with breathtaking speed. By March 2020, the World Health Organization declared a global pandemic, and the world, for the first time in living memory, collectively slammed on the brakes. Governments worldwide, facing a public health threat of unknown proportions, resorted to a measure that felt both ancient and utterly unprecedented: the mass lockdown. Almost overnight, bustling metropolises like New York, London, and Milan fell into an eerie post-apocalyptic silence. Airports emptied, highways lay vacant, and the familiar hum of city life was replaced by the sound of ambulance sirens. Borders snapped shut, and citizens were ordered to stay in their homes, a global house arrest affecting billions. These lockdowns were a desperate, blunt instrument, an attempt to flatten the curve and prevent healthcare systems from being completely overwhelmed. For a time, nature seemed to reclaim spaces. Swans appeared in Venetian canals, and wild animals roamed quiet suburban streets. But this surreal peace masked a gathering storm within hospital walls. In hotspots like northern Italy and New York City, emergency rooms were flooded with patients struggling to breathe. The demand for ventilators and intensive care beds far exceeded supply, forcing doctors into the grim, battlefield-like task of triage, making heartbreaking decisions about who received life-saving treatment and who was left to die. The sight of refrigerated trucks parked outside hospitals, serving as temporary morgues, became one of the most chilling and enduring images of the crisis, a stark symbol of a system pushed to its absolute breaking point. In the face of this biological siege, science launched a counter-offensive of historic proportions. the global race to develop a vaccine was unlike anything ever attempted. Previous vaccine development was a process measured in years, if not decades. This time, a massive, publicly funded international effort, coupled with decades of prior research on mRNA technology, compressed the timeline to mere months. The term Operation Warp Speed in the United States captured the urgency, but it was a global endeavor involving scientists from Germany, China, the United Kingdom, and countless other nations working in an unprecedented spirit of collaboration and competition. The result was nothing short of a medical miracle. By the end of 2020, the first mRNA vaccines from Pfizer-BioNTech and Moderna were being administered, offering a powerful shield against severe illness and death. The logistical challenge of manufacturing and distributing billions of doses worldwide was a Herculean feat, a testament to human ingenuity in a time of profound crisis. This scientific triumph, however, was soon shadowed by a deeply human problem: inequity. Wealthy nations hoarded initial supplies while poorer countries in the global south watched and waited, a disparity that allowed new variants of the virus to emerge and prolong the pandemic for everyone. Beyond the hospitals and the laboratories, the pandemic exposed and deepened the profound social and political fissures that had been simmering beneath the surface of many societies. The virus became politicized almost instantly. Simple, life-saving public health measures like mask wearing and social distancing were transformed into litmus tests of political allegiance. A fierce debate erupted between the imperative to protect public health and the desire to preserve economic stability and personal freedoms. These divisions were amplified by a parallel infodemic, a torrent of misinformation and conspiracy theories spreading like wildfire on social media, eroding trust in institutions, science, and even the reality of the virus itself. This erosion of a shared factual foundation made a coordinated global response nearly impossible, turning a public health crisis into a cultural and political war fought in grocery store aisles and on school board panels. The economic fallout was catastrophic, with millions of jobs lost, small businesses shuttered forever, and governments taking on astronomical levels of debt to fund relief packages, the long-term consequences of which are still unfolding. The human cost of the pandemic is measured in numbers that are almost too vast to comprehend. The official global death toll surpassed 7 million, though many experts believe the true figure, accounting for underreporting, is significantly higher. Each number represents a life lost, a family shattered, a final goodbye said over an iPad screen, but the toll extends far beyond those who died. Millions of survivors continue to suffer from long COVID, a debilitating constellation of symptoms including chronic fatigue, brain fog, and cardiovascular issues that can persist for months or years, a lingering ghost of the infection that has disabled a significant portion of the workforce. The mental health impact has been a second, silent pandemic, with rates of anxiety, depression, and isolation soaring globally. Ultimately, the COVID-19 pandemic marks a definitive, indelible break between the pre-2020 world and whatever comes next. It has permanently altered the fabric of our daily lives. The mass adoption of remote work has decoupled employment from physical location, reshaping urban centers and commuting patterns likely forever. Our relationship with socialization has been tempered with a new awareness of contagion. The very way we greet each other with an elbow bump or a distant wave bears the scar of the crisis. It has forced a global reckoning with the importance of public health infrastructure and has laid bare the stark inequalities that make some populations far more vulnerable than others. The pandemic proved that the greatest threats to our modern civilization are not always armies or asteroids, but can be invisible, mutating particles that exploit our strengths, our global travel, our social natures, our political disagreements, and turn them into vulnerabilities. We emerged from the acute phase of the crisis not into a world restored, but into a world irrevocably changed, carrying with us the memory of loss, the lessons of scientific triumph, and the sobering reality of our own deep and persistent divisions. And so we arrive at the final, and in many ways most profound, disturbance on our list. It lacks a specific date or a singular, explosive moment, yet its shadow stretches across every continent and every future. This is the ongoing climate crisis, the slow burn, overarching catastrophe of our era. Unlike the decisive crack of an earthquake or the sudden flash of a bomb, this event unfolds in a terrifying, incremental crescendo, a global fever that has been mounting for decades, fueled by the collective exhaust of our industrial civilization. We are no longer looking at predictions from scientific models. We are living inside the data. The undeniable signs are now a constant, brutal feature of the global news cycle. Raging, unprecedented wildfires, like those that have incinerated vast swaths of Australia and turned California skies an apocalyptic orange, are no longer anomalies but a terrifying new normal. In the warming oceans, hurricanes and typhoons suck up immense energy, transforming into superstorms of devastating power, unleashing catastrophic storm surges and record-breaking rainfall on coastal cities from the Philippines to the Gulf of Mexico. And at the planet's poles, the great ice sheets of Greenland and Antarctica are hemorrhaging trillions of tons of mass into the sea, a silent, monumental collapse that is fundamentally altering the Earth's very balance. The science behind this transformation is both elegantly simple and terrifyingly complex. The fundamental mechanism is the greenhouse effect, a natural process that keeps our planet warm. However, since the dawn of the Industrial Revolution, humanity has been conducting a radical, planet-wide experiment by burning colossal quantities of fossil fuels, coal, oil, and natural gas. This releases vast stores of carbon dioxide and other heat-trapping gases into the atmosphere, thickening the planetary blanket to a dangerous degree. The scientific consensus on this is as settled as the consensus that gravity exists. Major scientific bodies and climate agencies worldwide have issued report after report, each more urgent than the last, detailing the irrefutable link between human activity and the rapid warming we are witnessing. The evidence is etched into the very fabric of the planet, in the tree rings that show unprecedented warming, in the ice cores that reveal carbon dioxide levels higher than at any point in the last 800,000 years, and in the relentless year-after-year climb of global average temperatures. Yet, in the face of this overwhelming evidence, the global response has been crippled by a powerful inertia, a deeply entrenched combination of political short-sightedness, economic vested interests, and a pervasive failure of collective will. For decades, the fossil fuel industry, much like the tobacco industry before it, engaged in sophisticated disinformation campaigns to sow public doubt and delay regulatory action. Politicians, often beholden to these industries or fearful of the economic disruption a transition might cause, have repeatedly kicked the can down the road, treating the climate crisis as a secondary issue rather than the existential threat that it is. International summits from Kyoto to Copenhagen to Paris have produced pledges and promises that are too often non-binding and insufficient to meet the scale of the challenge. This institutional paralysis has created a devastating lag, where the consequences we are experiencing today are the result of emissions from decades past, locking in even more severe impacts for the future, regardless of the actions we take now. This is not merely an environmental issue, it is a world-changing event that threatens the very pillars of global stability. Consider food security. As shifting weather patterns bring prolonged droughts to some of the world's most productive breadbaskets and unpredictable monsoons flood others, global crop yields are becoming increasingly volatile. This scarcity drives up food prices, which in turn fuels social unrest and political instability, creating a dangerous feedback loop of hunger and conflict. Rising sea levels pose a direct existential threat to low-lying nations and coastal megacities, from Miami to Mumbai, Shanghai to New York, potentially creating hundreds of millions of climate refugees within this century. The World Bank and other institutions warn that the cascading effects, failed harvests, water shortages, and the spread of tropical diseases could reverse decades of progress in global development and plunge vulnerable regions into perpetual crisis. What makes the climate crisis the ultimate disturbing historical process is its permanence and its totality. It is not an event we can look back upon from a safe distance. We are all active participants, living through its accelerating chapters in real time. It is the backdrop against which all other future historical events will unfold, a constant, destabilizing force that amplifies every other challenge humanity faces. The critical window for preventing the most catastrophic outcomes is narrowing with each passing year, demanding a societal transformation on a scale akin to the Industrial Revolution, but compressed into a fraction of the time. The story of this crisis is still being written, and its final, disturbing chapter will be determined by the choices we make today, whether we continue with business as usual, or finally muster the unprecedented global cooperation and political courage required to steer our planet toward a livable future. And so we reach the end of this journey through the shadows, having navigated the wreckage of empires, the ashes of plagues, and the chilling silence of killing fields. From the Black Death's indiscriminate harvest to the calculated, industrial horror of the Holocaust, from the political paranoia of witch trials to the viral terror of a global pandemic, a single, terrifying thread connects these 30 events, the staggering duality of human nature itself. We are a species capable of breathtaking cruelty, of constructing elaborate systems of oppression and turning our ingenuity towards the art of annihilation. Yet, in the very same breath, we possess a profound, stubborn resilience, an ability to find hope in the rubble, to rebuild from the ashes, and to forge new meaning from the crucible of suffering. This is not a random cycle of tragedy and recovery, but a fundamental engine of historical change. Time and again, these profoundly disturbing moments have acted as a terrible, world-shattering force. They are the great dislocations, the events that crack the bedrock of established orders and shatter the certainties of their age. The rigid hierarchies of feudalism could not survive the demographic vacuum left by the plague. The divine right of kings was fatally wounded in the trenches of the First World War and guillotined during the French Revolution. The comfortable illusion of endless economic growth was exposed by the financial crisis of 2008. Each catastrophe, in its own devastating way, cleared the ground, however painfully, for something new to emerge. The old world dies, and from its broken pieces, a new one, for better or worse, is forced into being. This history is not a passive chronicle of things that happened to other people in a distant past. It is a living archive of warnings, a collection of lessons written in blood and fire. The forces that allowed these events to unfold are not extinct. They are permanent features of the human condition. The scapegoating and propaganda that fueled the Armenian genocide and the Holocaust find disturbing echoes in modern rhetoric. The complacency and institutional failure that turned a natural blight into the Great Famine in Ireland, or a financial bubble into a global meltdown, are constant threats in any complex society. The capacity for a single, radical idea to plunge a nation into the self-destructive madness of the Cultural Revolution or the genocidal frenzy of Rwanda reminds us that civilization is a fragile construct, one we must actively maintain and defend. Therefore, this dark history is not a reason for despair, but a clarion call for vigilance and for action. To remember is to arm ourselves. It is to recognize the early signs of hatred, the slow creep of authoritarianism, and the dangerous allure of simple answers to complex problems. It is to understand that our systems, economic, political, environmental, require our constant, engaged stewardship. We are the inheritors of a world shaped by these disturbances, and we hold a responsibility to the future. We must choose to learn from this darkness, to champion empathy over hatred, reason over fear, and proactive courage over passive complacency. The next chapter of history has not yet been written. Let us write it with the hard-won wisdom of the past, striving to build a world where resilience triumphs over cruelty, and where the light we kindle is brighter than the shadows we have inherited. We would love to hear from you on this journey into the past. In the comments below, tell us which of these 30 events you found most profoundly disturbing and why. What lessons do you think are most critical for us to carry forward? And if you want to continue exploring history's greatest mysteries and pivotal moments, make sure to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you